And we are in the room. Let me out!
Let him out inside.
I thought we were done with this.
Oh, no, it was only just the beginning of the middle part, as it were. Welcome back, everyone, to Team Yuma's Dramatis Lectio, the show in which I force my friends, former friends in some cases, to read my bad fanfiction. And when it's not me, it's Matty's terrible comic. But in this case, we've gone back to basics. My tales meta-universe, or whatever you want to call it at this point.
Yay!
We are on the precipice to yet another ghastly, atrocious, no doubt life-altering spin-off that nobody really wanted, save for me, of course. As it turns out, I took a look at what's coming up next, and my reaction was, oh, it's that one.
Oh yeah, you don't remember your stories.
I have vague memories of them at this point. They've all conglomerated to each other like some sort of gormless blob of memories and feelings.
I remember basically everything I've written, if not by word, then at least general plot.
I mean, I definitely know I've revisited some of my old works as well.
So when we are ever going to hear your old stories?
Oh no, I wouldn't recommend it. I wouldn't recommend it. There's nothing funny or anything interesting. It's just boring, unplanned fluff, essentially, and drama for no reason.
Devar, that's the writing process in a nutshell.
Oh no, I literally mean it. There is literally nothing funny to make fun of in it, because there's nothing interesting about them.
I guess we'll see about that. Or not. Anyway, we have a full house tonight. The gang is back together, the boys are back in town, etc. I am, of course, your perennial host, Madhog Thy Master, joined tonight by my perennial friend for rent, the Arkvaron.
So how much does he pay you? And in what currency?
Apparently nothing, so Dogecoin, I guess.
This is going to date this show instantly. Anyway,
When we haven't
Just
done
like
that.
cryptocurrency.
No, it's a time capsule. That's different.
oh yes, now it's a time capsule. Anyway, you've heard the dulcet baritonal voice of Matimali, aka Hedonistic Actor,
Yes, that is me.
the co-host of our other show, MAMGD, which stands for Madhog and Matty's Gaming Dissertations. I did not have a better title for it, and Matty was no help on that note, so we've stuck with that.
Names are hard.
Names are hard.
Names are hard.
Indeed. And speaking
Play
of...
and talk.
What is this, a toddler's TV show? And speaking of which, here's our toddler, Icipal.
Well, coming from you, I guess that goes for a compliment.
Let's get back into the truck and get run over by a go-kart. Tonight's story is...
Oh, we are the trolley problem.
It's titled Il-Lumina-ted, or rather, I guess it's supposed to be a pun because there are a couple of hyphens between il and ted. So the word Lumina in Il-Lumina-ted stands out weirdly. I wonder why.
I think, yeah, I was gonna say there's obviously we're gonna meet three characters. One's called Il, one's called Lumina, and the third one's called Ted.
No, it's Lumina having her TED talk.
Oh boy. Does anybody here remember what happened last time?
You mean the previous Void Within spin-off?
Yes.
Void was an edgelord. Congratulations.
I'm not sure if I was even there.
You were not.
Oh. He got infected with werehogginess.
I suppose
Lots
that
of people
happened.
died, but
Yes.
in the end, it was all a dream to see if he was good enough to become some sort of dimensional guardian. And
Wait,
bless-
you used it was only a dream ending?
No. Icipal is underselling that. The real bulk of the story was that the writer, as in me, was either bored or did not want to quit writing about these characters that he liked so much, so he came up with the most ridiculous, self-titillating, pretentious scenario imaginable, and didn't really go anywhere, and at the end of it all, it just ended, because there was no more that could be said or done at that point. It was the epitome of pointless writer's block antidote, if you will.
Yeah. Usually when I read self-insert fanfics that are just a self-wank, I have to read the self-wankiness is in the story itself and not in the author's notes.
You are thinking too small. The self-wankiness, as you put it, is not in the story. The self-wankiness is the entire conceit of the story. That's different.
Yes, because, the author is God and is a part of the story.
Navel-gazing in child-friendly terms.
Pretty much, yes. Hey, remember when the Tales saga used to have some semblance of a story and structure and theming, however bad all of those things were? We've gone so far from there. We've fallen so far from that. And only because I couldn't stop writing and I couldn't stop torturing this one character, which I remind you, it's Void from the game Sonic Shuffle. Mm-hmm. I am pretty sure I, at the time, was the only one in the entire fanfiction.net site who wrote fanfictions about Void. I think I've inspired an entire current.
And he, in your own words, was your favorite character, which you wouldn't believe when reading these.
Exactly.
So at this point, it's more of a stream of consciousness rather than some narrative stuff.
Well, it's not just that it is a stream of consciousness, because those can be interesting in their own right. See James Joyce's Ulysses, for example. The problem is that this stream of consciousness is presented to you as pretentious poetry.
Yeah, because, let's have an idea, throw it at the wall and see if it works, and try and make it more important than it actually is.
And what it actually is nothing.
Exactly. I just told you.
And with all that preamble out of the freaking way, Icipal, I'm going to have to ask you not to post things on the chat, because the bleep sound effect is going to be caught by my recording, and that's annoying to the editor, namely me. So anyway, what is this picture? There is a point where we needed to stop, and we have clearly passed it, but let's keep going and see what happens.
You writing Tales Saga in a nutshell.
That is oddly appropriate and also oddly specific. Yes.
So Tales Saga has become a franchise zombie.
Tales Saga has become 9 seasons of Scrubs, effectively.
Oh no! Please don't remind me of that season of Scrubs.
I was thinking more of just started snowballing.
Exactly, and like 9 seasons of Scrubs.
No.
Okay, I guess now we can properly begin. And much like The Void Within, I don't really know what actually happens. I only have a vaguely specific memory about what this story was supposed to be. And I cannot wait to see your reactions to my newest, totally necessary addition to the Tales saga in the form of another Void spin-off, baby! I am not done with Void! I am not done with Void.
Yay!
If you love Void so much, why don't you marry him?
Because he's not real. Icipal, have you forgotten to take your meds tonight?
Oh, I'm not on my meds right now.
Okay, well, maybe you should fix that before we start. So anyway... Devar, would you do me the honor and the privilege of reading the excerpt?
Of course. Il-Lumina-ted by Madhog thy master.
That's me!
Ah, there she was, as far as there existed,
There in quotation marks.
which is why I put importance on there. Set after The Void Within series, as far as time has a meaning, which I highly doubt it. Then again, I can't really know about it, can I?
I don't know, can I?
Rated T. Rated T. Rated T for teen. It's in English. It's a spiritual family
It's
story.
it's a family story.
It's 6 chapters with 10,952 words.
10,000 words for 6 chapters means relatively short chapters, at least.
It has 19 reviews, 2 faves, was published on January 20th of 2009, and was then updated 5 days later.
Yes?
Your published says January 20th.
Yes?
Mine says January 23rd.
We're having this
2009.
moment again! We're having this
Yeah.
moment again!
It's the
yeah,
time
mine says too.
difference.
Oh, this bollocks again! Time is meaningless, etc., etc. Devar, as always,
so meta.
as
What are you
always,
saying?
Devar, you have missed out on the most important aspect whilst reading this. You did not mention who the main characters are.
Well, that's be spoiler territory, don't you
What
think?
do you mean, spoiler? What are you talking about?
Does it even matter?
No, not really.
Well,
Okay, if it changes your world that much,
Yes.
the characters are Void and Lumina F.
What does the F stand for? Her complete name was too long to be included in its entirety, apparently.
I don't know what it means. You are the Sonic fans here.
Yes?
wasn't Lumina the flower girl or something?
No, that's
Lumina
Cosmo.
Flower.
Oh, that was Cosmo. Who is Lumina?
Lumina and Void, by extension, are characters from Sonic Shuffle.
Oh, okay. She was also from that game.
Yep,
Yes,
all pink and everything.
sure.
Wasn't that Sonic spin-off that was like Mario Party but bad?
Yes!
Yes,
I see.
I have never played it.
I've never played it either. I've only just seen it.
I'm pretty sure that if I had played it, I would not like Void all that much.
But I do think it's hilarious that for one mini game in that game, that Dr. Eggman is shaked one can, and the players have to choose a can out of all these other cans to make sure they do not get sprayed by soda that Dr. Eggman shook.
Yes, that's a real minigame. You know what else is real? Carbuncle ate itself.
What does Dr. Carbuncle from Biker Mice from Mars have to do
No,
with any
it's
of this?
legitimately something inexplicable that happens in Sonic Shuffle during a game of Sonic Shuffle. I have no idea what it means, but it's there.
I'll ask you what it means. I'll ask you what it means.
I don't know. I can't know. Nobody can know.
I think we should start. don't you
Yes,
think?
let's begin. Everybody, this is Il-Lumina-ted. Get it? Now the pun is clear because you know of the character named Lumina, so Il-Lumina-ted. Oh, God.
That certainly works for somebody.
Oh my God.
I mean,
Let's just move on. Devar, would you like to start?
Chapter 1. There's no title.
Why do you always comment on my lack of titles for chapters? There are a lot of books that don't use names for their chapters. Why are you making such a big deal of the lack of names for my chapters? It's classier if they don't have titles.
I thought it was funny, okay?
and you wonder why it takes so long to start these things.
There they come. There they go. There they merge. There they separate. There they're born.
There they born!
There they die. And then reborn.
Oh, mwah, flawless grammar there.
So Void is a Buddhist.
Sure. I'm sure that was intentional.
Dreams, thoughts, ideas, feelings, or just a small glimpse of everything or nothing at all.
His entire saga in a nutshell.
Clear visions, foggy visions, pure madness, or sheer genitalia. I probably mean genital. Genial. I never read this word before. Geniality or geniality.
Geniality!
Oh, that's the word. Yeah, now I remember that word.
Did you mean geniosity?
No! That's an even more wrong word, if that's even possible.
Geniality, I remember her back in high school. Or both. Or nothing at all.
Story
nothing
of
at
my
all. Nothing at all. Nothing at all.
Do not look behind the curtain. There is no writer
Sexy
there.
Devar.
Oh god, please don't remind me. Fantasies. Possibilities. Questions. And solutions.
I'd like that packet of solutions, please.
I would like those answers, please, because usually that's what comes after questions, usually.
What are you going to do with all that solution?
I'm going to use it to wipe your smirk off your face.
You can most certainly try.
Or nothing at all.
Feels like I'm writing nothing at all. Nothing at all.
Yeah.
Nothing at all.
Yeah, I get nothing out of this.
Yeah,
It's nothing. It's everything or nothing at all. Choose a side, I guess.
I've said this once, I say it again. This feels like the author basically going on a tangent that he feels like he wanted to go on and just tried to disguise it as a story.
Don't call me out on that in public.
Hey, this is probably like thoughts on Twitter before Twitter was made. It was unpredictable, all confusing, all chaos.
Chaos.
All of this. And yet again, nothing at all.
Nothing at all. Nothing at all.
Nothing at all.
Put that on a t-shirt. Nothing at all.
Yeah, and it'll literally be a blank shirt.
Devar, it's your favorite line in the entire universe. It's making a comeback.
The unbalanced balance that lies within our souls. The cluster that makes us whole.
You might not remember this, but the last time you've come across this sentence, the unbalanced balance, you dropped an F-bomb.
I remember slightly.
And this is a big deal because otherwise I have never heard Devar swearing real swears.
Unbalanced balance. That's just chaos.
Exactly!
Or nothing at all.
Or nothing at all. Chaos is either everything or nothing at all. It is all chaos.
But chaos has to be something, because, it has to destroy, or be a thing. It can't be nothing at all.
But you cannot categorize chaos into something that it could or might or not be, otherwise it wouldn't be chaos. So for all you know, it could be everything or nothing.
So Void is order and Lumina is chaos.
No, it's the other way around.
Yes.
Because if you become Void, then there's emptiness, which is an order in itself.
Matti, I think you're thinking too much about this, really.
Yeah, you are giving the author of this fic way too much credit about thinking things.
He does that on occasion. Shame him!
And in retrospect, you're trying to give X-Death a personality in the Final Fantasy series.
I'm not that bad, am I?
Anyway.
Yes.
No.
All of our personal chaos. All of our inner universes. Converged in one place.
Las Vegas?
Was it all an illusion? Was it real? How can you possibly distinguish dream from reality? Does reality really does reality exist at all?
I don't know, does it?
Can I please
Are we in the Matrix?
Can I please listen to an unending rant from Pinhead from the Hellraiser series?
We have
forever?
such sights to show you.
The pleasure of the flesh.
The Hellraiser films are garbage, by the way. I've seen them recently. Number 1 is boring as all get out. Number 2 is the most messily edited catastrophe of a film I've seen in a long time. And number 3 is almost fun. And that's my opinion about Hellraiser.
In this particular realm, such questions seem to be utterly worthless.
Oh gosh, he's Pinhead now.
The one place where all living beings' inner desires and emotion. Oh, desires! That actually works for this. And emotions, issues, and dreams would come, recreate themselves, and leave for chaos nowhere. And there he was, sat on his throne. The ruler of this imaginary, yet so amazingly realistic kingdom.
PS1 graphics, I am not impressed.
The guardian of the majestic, mysterious stone that made all of this marvel possible. The embodiment of everyone's inner emptiness. Oh, I see. This is Pinhead's phase where he kinda loses the magic. Void was his name. And Void was his condition.
Oh, I thought Void was the narrator.
As it was the style at the time, the narrator could literally be anyone, from me to Fang to Ixis Naugus and everyone in between. You never knew who could be narrating this, especially when the entire paragraph is presented in bold and italic. Such is the case here, by the way.
Although his namesake space has been partially filled.
He had a very good lunch.
I'm sorry, what is this sentence?
He means to say that his void, which is his namesake, is partially filled with goo, I suppose.
All of our inner universes converge in one place, an embodiment of everyone's inner emptiness. Namesake space has been partially filled. This is just one big giant metaphor for being hungry.
Pretty much.
I thought that the word that came out of your mouth was a weird combination between horny and hungry. Horngry.
He had hopes. He had expectations.
He had great expectations.
He was going to get the most amazing burger that he could eat. He foresaw.
Pleasures of flesh.
We have such sights to show you from our family range of menus.
Merch, I'm hungry.
He foresaw the day, or should I say, the non-day.
Oh god.
Since time seemed to be meaningless, in brackets.
Thank you.
In which his sleeping princess shall awake from her frozen slumber.
Oh my gosh, Blaze is still encased in ice after all this time? Oh my gosh, give me a break. I've heard about women in refrigerators, but this is ridiculous.
Somehow, some way.
Somehow, some way. No, 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 no.
He would dream of such moment. And so he would witness such event when awakened. If he was awakened, that is.
If he was awakened, that is.
This is making me so sleepy.
So this story is basically, Void, get out of bed. You have things to do. Nah, I don't feel like getting out of bed.
Wake up! We've got some things to do today.
or what he knew, he could still be dreaming, for he couldn't tell the difference between dream and awareness.
I think that's a medical condition. You should see a doctor.
Or he's just very, very tired.
An insomniac, perhaps?
And again, who really could? Not me, for
most
sure.
people.
Not me, for sure, the writer of this story, obviously.
I can only imagine and believe to be aware.
Oh, God.
That's one of the things that we, as living sapient beings, are allowed to do.
I'll give myself some points for the correct use of the word sapient.
That is the only point you are getting from this.
In this realm, everything stood as a declared challenge towards everything considered rational and logic. Dreams used to be that way.
But everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked.
Oh god, imagining Pinhead saying that. But everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked.
That would make for a very interesting Hellraiser, let me tell you.
Interesting Hellraiser plot twist.
Speaking of garbage, where is my Hellraiser Phantasm crossover?
Everything glows and changes, born and dies. Sometimes new forms come out from nothing.
Is this a metaphor for the writing process?
There were moments in which one or more people's emotions and desires were so strong and determined that they would merge with themselves, allowing the creation of entire scenarios, metaphorical manifestations of such feelings or group of feelings.
I do not approve of this Inside Out spin-off.
And every once in a while, all new living creatures would come to life from raw thoughts and emotions. Yeah, we call that fetish art.
We do not kink shame.
No, we
this
do
podcast,
not.
But we do kink pity. If
No,
I may borrow that from Matti.
I like to say the phrase, I kink joke. So it's all in good fun to make fun of good things for other people.
I kink joke. You're going to ruin this word for everyone.
And they were real. I mean, kink comedy is a thing, right?
It's just a kink brag, bro.
Anyway.
So anyway, what about those raw thoughts and emotions that became real boys or something?
And they were real. They all were real. Because they could think of their own.
I thought you were going to say they were all real because you think they are real, and this is all about solipsism in the end. But apparently cognito ergo sum, baby.
And could dream and feel of their own. A wise person once used to say, cognito ergo sum.
Yes, it was Mikey back at the convenience store. He used to say that every time.
He would like to apologize to that Mikey for having his words put into this.
So, for those who don't know, cognito ergo sum is the famous line pronounced by French philosopher Descartes.
Yeah, the first time I heard this phrase used was the computer from I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream.
An indictment of Descartes.
Yeah. Void used to have doubts.
Well, he did not when he was working under Ixis Norgos. Then he knew everything how things were.
Oh gosh.
After all, why would my master lie to me?
I'm going to say something that I've said already in the past, but in the right hands, this could have been a decent story about the trauma of surviving indoctrination, which is what Void went through, and lived to see the other side of that. The indoctrination has so thoroughly messed with his head and emotions that even now that he knows it was all wrong, part of him still clings to that certainty that it gave to him. It's an abusive relationship, and all of that could have been so good and interesting to explore. Unfortunately, we have this Hellraiser bullpucky here instead.
Yeah, I'm still not sure if the story has actually begun.
It has not.
Yes, it has not started at all. This is the foreplay.
The story begins once the italic bold text finishes.
The story is all foreplay. There's no thing to it.
Sometimes the foreplay is the story, though.
Okay, so the story doesn't start in the first chapter yet.
Okay, let me continue. Void used to have doubts. He doubted everything that surrounded him to be real. He doubted himself to be real. He used to think he was the creation of someone else's deranged mind.
I wanna feel! I wanna heal!
He used to think he was just the character of a fictional story.
What do you mean he used to think that? It's been confirmed you're just a character in a fictional story.
But if all new living creatures come to life from raw thoughts and emotions, and those raw thoughts and emotions and creatures they create are real, doesn't that mean that it is real?
That's storytelling in a nutshell. These characters are not real, but they feel real to me. So what is real and what is not, as the song goes.
He thought. That was the key word. He could think, therefore he was.
Aha, but I'm the one who's making him think, so who's the Joker now?
Congratulations, Matti. You saw the plot twist ahead before we even started.
Yeah.
You suffer, therefore you are. I hate. Right.
Left.
Or maybe he just deluded himself into believing he could think. But that would be considered an utter paradox, due to the fact that he would think he could not think, because he would think someone else was thinking for him, since he thought he wasn't really alive.
Wow, who wrote this portion must have thought themselves to be really clever.
Don't you sometimes find yourself running in circle with your toxic thoughts that swim around in your brain? This is supposed to emulate that.
Yes, I can see that.
Yeah, it emulates it maybe a tad too well.
Yes.
I'll take that as a compliment.
We're losing the point here.
Yes. What was the point again?
He could not distinguish reality from fiction. But when she came into his life, he put all doubts aside. Who's she? A figment of the Cedrian's imagination.
Imagination.
Oh god, Pinhead doing the imagination.
Imagination.
I'm sure there is fan art of that.
Which could very well be another disfiguring paradox due to the previous reasoning in brackets.
Shut up.
And question mark after the parenthesis, which is always good to see.
A real living, breathing creature, born from raw emotions and /or desires.
Desires? Question mark.
We have such desires to show you.
Hellraiser!
Was she a part of him? A part of his soul? A part of his being? Was she born from his own feelings? Just like Athena was born from Zeus's thoughts?
Yes, that story. Greek mythology is wild, guys. I wrote this tweet some time ago in which I imagine the Athena's conception as some sort of sitcom in which Zeus shows up with a baby in his arms. Hera, honey, you'll never believe what happened to me today.
Yeah.
Who's the whore now? Well, it's my brain, says Zeus.
I mean, yes, Zeus only had horny in his brain all the time.
All the women he raped and impregnated that gave him demigods, this is the one that comes out of his brain. I think we've gone full circle with Zeus being a horny bastard.
Yeah. I should probably say this next line like this. Was he a god? Sorry, Ghostbuster reference. No. That question is superficial. In our own dreamlands. What, we're going to Nights into Dreams all of a sudden?
No. This is imaginary world.
Oh, so we're going to Balan Wonderworld?
No, we're going to Sonic Shuffle, unfortunately.
We're all gods.
Well, I always knew that Kirby was an Eldritch god.
Even though we don't always have control over them. Do we? Cue Pinhead standing at the podium of the church and going, I am the way.
Hellraiser!
Whatever the answer was, there she was. She appeared out of nothing, right on Void's lap. You know what? I'm just having this dreaded realization that I'm returning to feeling like I'm reading the Eye of Argon all of a sudden.
Really?
Yes, because all I'm getting from all this... Let's see, how long we've been at this for? Probably about 40 minutes now of reading this bullshit.
Correction. If you count all the preamble, it's been 50 minutes.
Is this what those who don't like James Joyce's Odyssey think James Joyce's Odyssey is like?
Let me finish my thought here. Let me finish my thought here. Because all I'm getting from this is a lot of words just to say, hey guys, Void's in the story. And Blaze is in the story. And he's thinking about her.
And I guess there is a baby now?
Can we do the unthinkable and just skip stuff? These non-happenings are driving me insane.
Hold on, guys. Let me check something real quick.
Oh no.
I have to say, even on the standards of Tales Saga, this is talking so very much, but saying so little.
I know, right?
Guys, I have bad news.
Oh no.
Most of this story is, well, this.
Oh no.
I think we've come full circle with the pretentiousness here.
Can we put this reading on 2.0 speed?
Okay, so I have an idea to ease our loads since this is so long. I think we should split up the reading duties, even though we have not come across a line break.
This is almost done anyway, this first chapter, so I might as well finish off, essentially.
If you have the stamina, go for it.
It's the final stretch, Devar. You can do it.
Of course I can do it. Bewilderment was visible in the boy's black eyes. An infant, a newborn, life cuddled on his sitting position. She was asleep, so beautiful, so pure and innocent, so similar to her, to his mother, to Cosmo, and yet so different at the same time.
Wait, whose baby is this?
The baby came out of Void's noggin, apparently, and she looks like Void's mother, which was Cosmo.
Yeah, and Tails was Void's dad.
Not literally, in a manner of speaking.
Just to make sure, Cosmo being Void's mother is not official Sonic canon,
No,
right?
it's not.
No.
Okay, I'm gonna continue this, so please.
They have at least some dignity.
Okay.
Very, very little, but yes.
All in all, she looked like a Cedrian. She had a round, little, fragile head without a nose.
Because I took her nose! Haha, I took your nose!
Her skin was of a candid light orange, like Cosmos's. Her dress was purple/pink, almost lilac.
Ooh, symbolism! Because Blaze is lilac too.
Pinhead's dressed as a fashionista now, going like, "Oh, girlfriend, we're going to make you lovely."
You're
Let us
giving me
get you
so many ideas for a thumbnail for this video, let me tell you.
We're going to get you some burgundy and get you some nice sandals.
Oh boy.
Her hair were of a feminine dark pink color, and she had closed rosebuds.
Rosebuds?
Rosebuds on her head sides. You mean the sides of her head?
Yes, exactly.
That's a weird way to say that. After bypassing his original shock, Boyd gently took the child in his arms.
And then threw it out the window!
Admiring her form and beauty, he cuddled her while pretending to sing a lullaby. How could you pretend to sing? You mean you would... Does that mean you're not singing at all?
You see, it's sad because he doesn't know any lullaby, so he has to come up with something on the spot.
Oh, so you mean make up a lullaby, not pretend to be singing a lullaby?
I suppose that's correct.
You know, we could try for a minute or two not to go into any tangents, so this...
But then we wouldn't have a show, are you kidding me? It's not on brand.
Genuine new emotions were filling the namesake, not so emptiness inside his soul. A new form of love, the love of a father towards his daughter.
It's a love girl.
The usual cold and crystallized surroundings of imaginary world seemed to react over their master's change of mood. The ice melted and down came the sun.
Whoa!
Colorful gardens with cliched, happy-go-lucky flowers spread all over the place.
Ugh.
Wow, this is like the most blasé way to describe something when you put so much detail into everything else. Thank you for that.
Guys, I just realized this is the origin story for Teletubbies.
No.
No. This is the origin story for Sonic Shuffle.
A rather dumb rainbow made its way into its cheap madness, not to mention like little idiotic singing fairies and all that jazz.
So hold on a minute. This... So in the mind of whomever the narrator of this trash is, this rather pleasant change of mood and scenery is met with apathy and scorn. That's not a good sign.
Also noticed that the narration no longer is eloquent in his wordings.
Okay, eloquent is not the word I would use to describe this, but thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say this. One, take that jizz out of our...
Ew!
Yeah,
because he started using words like dumb and idiotic, kind of an...
Look it up, guys. Jizz is an actual form of music from the Star Wars universe.
The sad thing is that I knew that.
Void looked utterly disgusted at this.
Oh my gosh, there is a spoken line! There is a spoken line, guys!
Hallelujah!
Hallelujah!
Void, say a line that has some form of meaning.
That's way too mushy.
I am dark and edgy. That makes me mature.
Yes.
He complained, while still holding his daughter.
That line sure captures the intricacies of his character, let me tell you.
Sad because it's true.
Who describes their baby as too mushy?
Not the baby, the surroundings.
Oh, okay.
While still holding his daughter, he fixed his gaze towards the powerful god gem. You mean Leviathan?
No.
He was meant to protect.
Well, guess I'll have to start taking pieces out and selling them to pay for my new kid.
I wish that were the story.
I needed the money.
I'm paying alimony to my divorced wife.
That would actually make a funny story. A guardian that has been tasked to guard the riches of a temple starts to sell the stuff so he can...
I am pretty sure there are at least 500 fanfictions about Knuckles that are exactly like that.
Anyway, the precious stone glowed as if knowing everything about its guardian's lamentations.
The name of the stone is Precious Stone. All one word, only one S.
And right before a bunch of bright-colored, singing munchkins could appear out of pure mushiness, the places looked drastically changed into the more sober scenario of a certain secluded location with rare plants and ancient ruins. The place where Void was born.
There are the 3 guys who are the ancestors of our main characters stomping on those flowers to make sure that the entire race has died.
Oh my gosh, you still remember that? That was great! That was brilliant! I love that! I love that I wrote that garbage! That's so good!
It was clearly an illusion, as far as clear illusions could be. But it perfectly represented the Cedrian's current mood. Genuinely happy and proud. And definitely not mushy.
Definitely not mushy. We must emphasize that.
Void just basically goes like, oh yeah, I hit that and I got this out of it. Naturally, he would never be that happy. His name was Void, after all.
No. It's because the author likes to torture you.
Consider that the narrator might be biased.
A little plant fairy-like girl in Void's arms was now awakened.
That's the wrong use of an hyphen, by the way.
Awaken! Sorry, I'm thinking of that Disturbed song now. And her father could see her gorgeous azure eyes, just like her would-be grandmother. He smiled at her, a sincere smile full of fatherly love.
Which gave her nightmares forever.
Love, girl. And she smiled back at him. She didn't seem to be scared of his ominous empty-colored orbits.
Ugh.
Nor she was scared of the huge claws that were tenderly holding her.
Oh my god, I would be scared if I were a baby.
She seemed perfectly fine with him. Just like another person. A very important person in Void's life used to be.
His name was Ixis Nagas.
Actually, it's Ixis Adorable now.
His previous smile was now wide and broad. Now he understood where this little child came from. He says.
Oh, right, I'm missing an H in the where. It's a common mistake.
He slowly walked over a certain crystalline coffin that symbolically stood in the middle of that fictional flowered world.
Yes, it symbolically stood literally in the middle of the fictional flowered world.
And when the narrator has to tell you something is symbolically there, you know it's a very good choice.
It's very deep, bro.
It symbolizes the massive middle finger this story shows to its readers.
Void stopped himself right in front of the pod, his daughter still cuddled on his chest. He then looked down at her and softly spoke.
This is your mother, Blaze the cat. Say hello to my little baby.
And she giggled at the sleeping form of her mother inside the ice.
Ah! It's so funny that you're encased in ice!
Yeah, it's so funny because you're encased in ice and my only mother figure can't be here for me.
That's hilarious. Childhood trauma is hilarious.
A childish baby giggle. Then she fell asleep in his arms. Oh, narcolepsy. You best get that checked out.
It's a baby. They don't follow the rules of sleeping schedules.
Screw you, I'm a baby. I'll fall asleep anytime I want. Where?
Oh, I'll keep you up all night.
The older Citrian was content with that. She seemed so solar, so luminous.
Idea for a name!
An idea crossed his mind. A name for the sake of clarity. As far as clarity could be possible over there. He fixed his gaze once again at the once again asleep form of his daughter and muttered,
Welcome to life, Lumina Flowlight. I don't know why I gave you this stupid last name too, but now you are Lumina Flowlight for the rest of your life. You are welcome.
Didn't Lumina come out of Void's thoughts? Then how is Blaze the mother?
I guess he just imagined her to be the mom.
Oh, so they had like imaginary sex or something.
I suppose so! It's the only sex they can have.
Void just imagined himself, taking a plushie of himself, a plushie of Blaze, and just smushing them together in his thoughts.
I hope it was consensual.
I mean, he probably asked for her permission before he commissioned it in his thoughts.
He contacts her telepathically. Hey, I know you're inside of ice, but could we make a baby in my imagination?
So he commissioned an artist to draw fan art of him and Blaze, and that was used as fuel for his imaginary sex.
Don't worry, I'll pay you an exposure.
I am the god of this universe. I have all the exposure. This is so stupid. I love it.
And so the void would be filled with light.
Boo!
And for once, a dream did come true. As far as truthful this reality could be.
Hellraiser!
So the baby is literally the amalgamation of Void's issues of being abandoned and left alone multiple times.
The world would be filled with light!
I love that Dante line.
This is a god having a baby. Can you imagine the gender reveal party?
Oh, no.
No.
Yeah, just imagine God opening the sky going like...
Booming voice, it's a girl! Fun fact, that's how Atlantis was sunk.
Yay.
It was a gender reveal party.
Anyway.
From a biological standpoint, since the dad is a plant and the mom is a cat, does that make the baby catnip?
Actually, it's the origin story of that feline plant creature from part 4 of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
Oh my god. I don't remember that at all.
I
do, because, I mean, how could you forget a cat that's a plant? That's inside a stand.
You know, with all the insanity and incoherent mess that entire part of JoJo was, the cat inside a plant was the least baffling element in it, and that's saying a lot. Okay.
We have survived chapter 1.
Hooray!
And I'll be tapping out for this entire chapter, so...
Matti, in an effort to have you awake as much as possible, why don't you read this prose, which apparently is prose for a change?
2.
No title.
Although there's the dot after it, so it should be read as second. Because it's... Okay. Imaginary world was a legendary land, a chimera, some would say, who wasn't supposed to exist. Then again, a lot of things weren't supposed to exist in the first place.
What's with that tone?
Yeah, I just went for a really sarcastic narrator.
Please, Matti, continue like that.
No, please don't continue like that. I need to understand what you're saying.
We've already established the fact that we are not bound to know the difference between what is real and what is not. That the ultimate truth is not for us to reach, but that doesn't necessarily mean we should give up in searching for it.
Ladies and gentlemen, Matti, the Finnish cowboy.
Yeah, I don't know. Texas, I reckon. Anyway.
Oh my god.
What I'm trying to... What I'm trying to say is this. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah. This is the most involved in this story we have been thus far. Please continue.
Yeah. Despite the fact that we don't know, we have, or we should have, the freedom to choose our own answers, our own beliefs, our own truth.
And here I thought this was going to be prose. Instead, it's more of the same.
We should be able to choose what to believe and what not, while still having room for doubts and an open mind over other creeds. And now it just turned into a political talk. That's how things should be.
I like how the echo in the background is actually helping him seem more important than it actually is.
Yeah, I can perfectly picture him in my mind sitting atop a podium delivering his presidential speech.
That's how things should be. In my opinion, of course, which is not by any means absolute.
Which a politician would never say, by the way.
Yeah. Therefore, for the sake of this story, I choose to adopt a rather rational point of view. Even though dreams are anything but rational, again, it's just an hypothesis.
Hypothesis?
A hypothesis, essentially.
I like the way he says it. Let him say hypothesis.
I know, but I want to say...
Incredible. That just summarized the entire, in single line, 99% of the first chapter was just said.
Yes.
I'm going to make things perfectly clear. For once, this story...
Oh my god, it has become self-aware!
Despite all the existing doubts towards its effective credibility, or the fact that the perfect logical separation between reality and illusion is impossible here, this story, simply put, is about love. A love of a father towards his daughter. A tragic love between a dark prince and his sleeping princess. This story, right here, is about feelings and emotions. Things that, despite all the previous existential doubts, can definitely be real. Matti Mali for 2024.
You're not getting my vote.
I need to still iron out my political platform.
Although you're really, really good already in saying a lot of words that don't mean anything. So you've got that part down pat.
Well, what do you expect it, Madhog? You are the one who wrote this speech.
I am the Shadow Master.
Okay, guys. Let's get back on track. So, are we gonna?
All right.
Continue.
There is a change of paragraph. So, as it is tradition, we must change narrator. A new day arose. It's a new day! Yes, it is! Oh, wait, new day is dead. Never mind. A new day arose in imaginary world. As far as time had a meaning. But who really cared? Not me! Not me, for sure! Line written here. And neither the guardian of the precious stone and his daughter did. They were too busy having fun on a roller coaster?
Roller coaster.
I mean, this is probably one of the more sensible lines in this fic. Babies don't care about the time of day.
An illusion? Again, who cared? It was fun, and that's the only thing that mattered. Hoax or not. Once the ride ended, it's only 2 passengers descended. Still laughing like demented. I made a rhyme that wasn't even intended.
No.
Wait. It's not over. Please, somebody stops me before this thing couldn't be reverted. Or whatever. Let's just continue the story as I wanted.
And son, I am disappointed.
This is outstanding. Only I could come up with something so random in the midst of something that was already so random in the first place. I'm assuming you liked it, huh? Said the black-eyed, green-leaf-haired entity known as Void to his little ride companion. She giggled and darted towards their daddy, encasing his body in a bear-hug death grip of daughterly love.
It was her way to basically review the roller coaster.
Alright, guys, who wants to voice the baby girl?
Who could
It was
actually
so fun!
do it?
Oh, thank you! I love you, Daddy!
Okay, you get the role.
Oh my god, that is perfect.
That was fantastic, thank you. She cried in an over-enthusiastic fashion, which seemed to be appropriate considering her age. Or better, the age her Physic demonstrated. Little Lumina Flowlight has grown into a beautiful little girl over the past 5 years. As far as time had a meaning, of course, which apparently had, at least in Void's opinion. Time is an opinion, guys!
Well, technically speaking, the concept of time is a completely artificial construct and doesn't exist from the universal point of view.
Then why do we grow old and die?
Because that is our body simply slowly falling apart.
So time exists then?
Oh god, are we really gonna do this? No.
Well, he
please.
brought it up! He started it, Mom! Anyway, Void's appearances hadn't changed at all, but he knew he grew up. If not physically, he did it mentally. He's more mental by the minute, I would say. He's starting to imagine kids that aren't really there, and so imaginary worlds' appearances did. There were cities, entire cities and fancy-looking zones spread all over the mystic realm. And there were people who would live in such places. Thank you. And all of them came out from others' dreams and emotions. So wait, these are dream people who reproduce via thoughts? Hold on a minute, somebody's on the toilet. He's thinking, man, I'd like to have a family one day. Boom! Wife and baby appear at the same time in the bathroom. Well, that's awkward.
I mean, we know that Void has a lot of horny thoughts about his girlfriend, so...
The logistics of this fake imaginary world are wild.
Madhog, remember, he thinks, so it exists.
I know, that's the problem.
Overpopulation is going to be a problem here really soon.
When they need to eat, they just imagine the food, so it solves itself.
Meanwhile,
if there is too many people, he can just stop thinking about them and they're non-existent.
He can just think up the concept of genocide. There, less people all of a sudden.
meanwhile, I'm just thinking like, hey, if I could make my whole family out of nothing, then if I think about finishing that job I was supposed to do, then my job is finished, and I've done what I need to be done already.
If only life were to be that simple.
Oh, it doesn't seem really smart.
I think we made that point abundantly clear. And their existence has been possible thanks to Void and his influence over the precious stone's powers. There was a time, figuratively speaking, in which he would have doubted all of this to be real. As a matter of fact, he still didn't know if he was living inside his own dreams, or if his dreams did become real and living. He did not care, though. He was in a coma, I guess.
In the grand scheme of things, it doesn't really matter whether he's living in his own dreams or his dreams have become living.
What is our world if not the dreams of a god who's sleeping?
Well, you see, long time ago there is this big explosion.
Oh god.
Oh no, please, let's just continue with the story.
He did not care at all, because he chose to believe in his world and his emotions. In the hands of a good writer, this would be such a swell allegory for getting over your trauma, starting to heal, coming to terms with your own feelings and emotion, coming out of the other side as a better person. Instead, it's void.
Seems about right.
And his love towards his daughter, I decry the loss of potential here. And his love towards his daughter, for he somehow knew she was real. And his princess, for he knew she was there, still inside the refrigerator in the middle of the world.
But,
yes.
Wait, I thought that Blaze was supposed to be your princess. Are you trying to rip?
That's her. He is referring to her. I used the term princess so many times in the context of Blaze the cat that by now it should be obvious.
Yes, but the way this line is written, it's come off as that his daughter is real and his princess.
Maybe you have issues. Have you thought about that?
Not in this case. Oh, I have many issues, but not in this case.
Those were the only things that mattered, and he was content with that.
What do we do now, Daddy?
Shut up, God, you're so annoying. Lumina suddenly asked while releasing his now short-breathed daddy from her impressive embrace. Void looked down at his child. She was pretty like a flower, redundant. She was a flower, also redundant, for that matter.
You don't say.
I do say. She wore a lilac dress that matched her pink hair. Apparently, she loved the same color of her mother's fur. Her mother.
Okay.
His daughter's attitude was so similar to her mother's own. She was sweet and cute, yet she could be very stubborn and motivated when she would have had goals to accomplish. Those are a couple of very specific traits that you are projecting on this 5-year-old girl, might I add. The older Sidrian chuckled within himself. His mind wandered to that time when she wanted to ride the precious stone so bad she cried for chaos knew how long in order to achieve her improvised life mission of riding the precious stone. Until he finally gave up and let them do it. To his surprise, the stone seemed to react positively to it. Okay, so this should be cute. She wants to ride the stone as if it were a toy horse or something.
Whee! Man, I want to ride the super powerful gem of existence or whatever it is.
We were casually discussing about cutting pieces of the gem to pay for the bills.
What a
for the baby bills. She's 5! That event made him wonder if the god gem was actually a living being, more than a divine device. That would explain part of its mystery. Lumina noticed his father's sudden unspecified distraction and acted like any small child would act when she would want attention.
Daddy,
Matti?
Daddy, Daddy.
What? What? That, of course, worked, and Void found himself abruptly brought back to reality, as if hit by a cartoon-like anvil. Shut up! What? Yes, Lumina, dear? He said, calmly and gently as ever.
I wanna go see Mommy. Can I go, please? Please?
You are too good at this, Matti, I have to say. I want to strangle you, or at the very least, I want to give you away to an institution.
Yeah, you're going to hate this character.
Oh, yes.
And not because of the writer this time.
I wouldn't be so sure about that. I'm
She
sure
said-
Madhog will find some way to ruin her in the future.
Hopefully not. She said, while showing to her unwilling daddy the infamous puppy face of doom. The doom part was my personal ad.
Wow.
The male Citrium took a long and deep breath. He couldn't say no to the little girl. That seems like the Flanders family parenting style. We tried nothing and we're all out of ideas. It pained him. It hurt him, the fact that his daughter was forced to grow up without a mother, which, as we all know, the mother and father family dynamic is the only family that actually counts. Thanks, Mars Needs Moms!
Considering the mother's importance in the early stages of baby's life, do we really want to think about how Void breastfed her?
I'm pretty sure she could imagine her to be filled with milk. Oh god! Oh god!
No! Sounds awful!
It
It came out of my mouth and I realized when I said it.
Yes.
I apologize for those awful words that came out of my mouth.
Don't worry, you can fix it in post.
Don't worry,
You know,
just put a VTuber model over it and everyone will just think it's normal.
Anyway, I think we peaked the night after that.
Yeah.
That was the peak of the show. Oh god.
Want some milk?
No! No! There were days in which such knowledge would become unbearable, and when his namesake gaze would pose itself over luminous azure-colored and innocent one, the pain and the guilt would become utterly devastating.
Now, Void, you don't have to tell her about the milk fiasco.
There she was, so young and curious, so fragile, yet strong-willed at the same time, and with a very familiar emptiness in her soul. A sad empty spot inside of her, a potential source of grief and sorrow beyond rightfulness, beyond two souls, if you will. It was Void's greatest fear, Void's greatest torment, the thought that this sweet and carefree little girl, his only daughter, could become like him, consumed by sufferance, by grief, by solitude, an emotional void. Yes, let's go see Mommy, little Lumina. That'll shut her up. He simply answered while swallowing. Oh. She smiled a happy, childish smile. That alone did manage to alleviate the black-eyed boy's current distresses for now. Perhaps, just perhaps, this dream won't turn into a nightmare, and now that you said it, you have jinxed us. Thanks, Void. If it was a dream, that is. Once again, who cared?
Who cares? Who cares?
I think that's the problem. I care
It's
too
not
much.
like I care or anything.
You see, that's the problem. I care too much. I'm the tsundere here. Without wasting any more time. That's the
rich.
sentence of the day, really. The two Sidrian took each other's hand and started walking away from the amusement park. Their destination? Imaginary World's graveyard? Oh no!
So
Excuse me?
why places in ice again?
They're going to the graveyard! Don't you see? She's dead!
She's dead, Jim. Dead.
Oh. Alright, so I have just realized now that this part of the text that's not presented in bold or italic, which normally would consist in the main prose, is actually used here as the author's notes, which fills me with spite.
Yeah.
I guess I have to explain to these stupid readers what this is all about.
And guess whose turn is now?
Heard. That is the name of chapter 3, which we are just starting. It is my belief that rather precious concepts like logic and rationality, although not being absolute creeds, are indeed part of the chaos we live in and not exceptions. Therefore, the simple idea of our own thoughts and dreams merged together into a seemingly perfect society with its towns and people. The idea of our own inner chaotic universes converged into some kind of metaphorical balance should not me surprise us. Not at all.
Should not me surprise us? Excuse me?
Should not surprise us. Yes, that is the sentence you wrote.
Thank you.
Isn't chaos the unbalanced balance of life after all? Do you need a moment, Devar?
I would like to kick this fanfiction.
Kick the great.
That sentence had the same energy as life needs things to live.
There are people in the world. Period.
People die when they are killed.
I love that one.
Every 60 seconds a minute has passed.
Perhaps it's a too rational reasoning. Wow, rationality in this fic? Guess it's more likely than we think.
I will debunk this story using facts and logic.
Then again, I chose to be as more rational as possible for this story. Okay, now that's just blatant lies. Since I still have to deal with my sapient side. And of course, I chose to ignore all the outrageous paradoxes that will inevitably cross this chosen path.
What are you talking about, you madman? You absolute mental case!
I guess this was a fancy way of saying I don't care about plot holes.
Ah!
Or basically saying that the previous 2 chapters talking about whether or not everything exists in a dream and as well as maybe reality does not matter.
What is love? Baby, don't hurt me.
Don't hurt me no more.
Is this a real life or is it just fantasy?
Okay, I have this scenario in my head in which the daughter wants to go for a ride with the bicycle that Dad just created for her. So she says, Daddy, I want to ride my bicycle. I want to ride my bike. I want to ride my bicycle. I want to ride my bike.
As for this imaginary yet realistic realm, I've already explained that since dreams didn't respond to our desperate need for rationality, something like a society built up from them should not be possible, rationally speaking, but there it was anyway. Was it just a general metaphoric representation of everyone's feelings, a metaphor therefore a lie?
I'm explaining what a metaphor is. Isn't that great?
Not really.
I mean, you are explaining it badly. Was it real? As far as the whole concept of reality would still be of some purpose. And here's my usual answer. Who cared? Not you, absolutely. Who cared if all of this realm has been built out of pure, raw thoughts, thanks to Void's influence over the precious stone? Who cared if such place was real or just a delusion of some rather arguably would be right, which convenient excuse you prefer?
You see, if I criticize myself as a writer, I become immune to criticism.
No!
Here's what I think of that. Now go to your room.
I'm already in my room.
Okay, that's what my old James review show was for. I have already trashed my old work. There you can't criticize me because I already did it for you.
For the sake of yours and my own sanity,
Too late.
I chose Or perhaps I deluded myself into believing I could choose to accept those impossible things as they may come. Why, you may ask? Not really. Because I have a story to write and characters to develop. Oh, character development in this fic? More like character development.
Boo!
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be here all night. That's my perfectly rational excuse. What about your excuse?
Against whom are you having this argument? Is my question. What was my state of mind whilst I wrote this? That's the question.
I was wondering what dollar store philosophy book you were reading before starting this.
What was I angry against? Myself?
Yourself.
The world? All philosophers at once? What was I trying to accomplish? What was I trying to say? Why am I so insistent in trying to make you think that what I'm writing means nothing, but at the same time it means everything?
Was this a response to reviews?
No.
All reviews I had were positive, so no!
I think this was just Madhog thinking that he was smart.
I have no idea what was I going through at the time. It's been such a long time. It's blocked from my memory. All the experiences, whatever underwhelming things I was going through at the time, I cannot even begin to reconcile myself with whatever distorted version of me used to exist 10 years ago. It's truly baffling. I don't have an explanation for this. I don't know what any of this actually mean. It is so idiotically cryptic.
Yeah.
This is quite a change from the last time I was reading.
Oh, that's because you missed out on the entire Void trilogy. That was the beginning of the decay. This is somehow worse, I think.
2 chapters and all that happened is Void has a girl. He takes girl to play stuff and then they go see mum.
Well, good news, Devar. Now you are back in the saddle of this precious stone bike.
Oh, goody.
I'm going to say this. This is worse than the Void Within trilogy for a very simple reason.
In that things actually happened.
That too, but in terms of structure, we have the pretentious poetry slamming that I usually do as a way to frame whatever prose I might end up writing in the midst of all that. Except this time, the pretentious foreplay is the meat and bones of it. And on top of that, we have author's notes essentially incorporated on top of it all. It turns out to be a whole new layer of redundancy. It's redundancy on top of already existing redundancy. It's somehow even more pointless than the Void trilogy. And that's saying something, because at least the Void trilogy, in its own pointlessness, it was about something. It was about existing for the sake of a writer's vice. In this case, we have bypassed the narrative aspect altogether, and we have entered straight up angry ranting territory.
There was a point where we needed to stop, and we have clearly passed it, but let's keep going and see what happens.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It has been said feelings were real, but I'm sure that whoever said that would not imagine those to be that real. Apparently, the majestic god gem that kept things in their rightful chaotic balance in the realm of imaginary world had powers beyond imagination. This pun was intended, by the way.
This was a pun?
Moved by the sheer will of its guardian and master, the precious stone had been able to unify all the raw, subconscious manifestations into a perfect society, whether elusive or not.
We have always been at war with Oceania.
Since the very first dream reading experiments operated by human psychiatrist, I meant to say, psychiatrist Sigmund Freud.
Actually, you might as well call Sigmund Freud a psychotriggerist, for all the validity or lack thereof his research had.
The idea of describing such inner representations as a perfectly logical structure for us to better understand ourselves has not been fully possible to achieve, for obvious reasons. With its current aspect, imaginary world could be almost considered the realization of such purpose, or so it seemed.
The collective unconscious was a Jung idea, not a Freud idea, might I add.
Each and every zones or structures could be seen as metaphorical representations of certain feelings and desires. The amusement park Void and his daughter just left could very well be, symbolically speaking, the cluster of all childish and joyful thoughts that the small kids or certain adults used to have. The little happy place, one could say. A big city nearby, similar to Station Square in size, was a melting pot of all emotions in general. A confusing melting pot, just like big cities used to be. And
Wait, I am confused. Are you trying to say that big cities are melting pots of all emotions in general, that are also confusing melting pots just like big cities?
Actually, that works as a metaphor for big cities in real life.
And so on, with infinite locations. Some come out from general ideas, others more personal and unique.
Yada yada yada.
And there were people who would live in them. Living people with feelings and emotions of their own, with dreams of their own, with inner chaos of their own. And all of them were Void's children.
Void, I think you might need to have a dream vasectomy at this rate. You're getting out of control.
You're going to have too many children! Void, you have a problem! Too much imaginary sex!
His personal memories merged into real person. As far as all of this could be considered real. There were Mobians and humans alike living peacefully together.
Together!
A utopia that was possible only in fiction. Here's those doubts again. Idealistically speaking, Void was the god of this world, even though the prime material he used to create everything was not his own, or at least not in all of it.
In brackets.
And his daughter, Lumina, could very well be his chosen messiah.
Oh no! Oh no!
Okay, so now we're in the bad season of Angel territory. Gotcha.
Wait, bad season? What do you mean bad season? Wasn't Angel as a whole bad?
When something is bad, but it's still not the worst you've seen, and then as it goes on, it gets worse.
I'm pretty sure I can never look back at Joss Whedon's older TV series the same way ever again, for obvious reasons.
Honestly, I dread going back, rewatching something I like from that era.
Luckily, I can separate art from the artist.
Matti, the idea that it's feasible to separate the artist from the art is an academic dream that doesn't have any tangible application in real life.
Anyway, just like our tangents,
but we're losing the point here.
That's perfect, I have to say.
That should be the title of this episode. We're losing the point here.
Theological speeches can be very backstabbing sometimes. Therefore, let's just leave it at that for now.
Good. Let's do something else.
Despite its fancy look, this dimension existed for our dreams, and with our dreams,
Wait, I thought it was created by void streams and...
You are thinking too literal. I think after this fanfiction there will always be a little void inside us all.
Yeah, I have just zoned out most of this chapter.
They would come, reborn inside the precious stone, and recreate themselves into the fresh minds of newborn children. Almost like reincarnation, if one would believe in it, of course.
If there is a reincarnation, it will happen whether or not you believe in it or not.
Actually, you have no way to confirm that somebody is reincarnated into someone else because...
Exactly. So it does not matter whether you believe in it or not. If it happens, it still happens whether you believe in it or not.
Hey dude, what do you remember from your previous life?
Oh gosh, we're all isekai protagonists now! Oh no!
I think I was a beaver.
I really don't like the show right now I'm in, called Earth. I think I'd rather be born into another world, thanks.
Yes, hopefully one without fascism.
One more entertaining.
One could say this place was Nirvana.
Why do you have to bring a beloved rock band into this?
Among other mind-blowing things. What? This is supposed to be mind-blowing?
Here I am now, entertain us!
However,
Edge of tomorrow.
there were times in which such thoughts would not leave this realm, in which dreams would die, hopes would be shattered and never return as a whole. Things that, once again, could not be explained, but that, once again, would continue to happen for whatever chaotic reason.
Once again.
This is the worst speech I've heard from you. Please go back to your previous version.
Can you imagine if I were the one who wrote, I have no mouth and I must scream? You don't have to imagine it, you're seeing it right now.
This is your Eye of Argon, Madhog.
Well, I would argue that with the Eye of Argon, sometimes you cannot even understand words that are being said.
I'm having that same issue with this.
The words here are completely comprehensible. They just don't mean shit.
That is a fair, although very rude way of putting it.
Death is part of our life, and even this realm wasn't immune to that.
So it's real life.
Thanks to Void's doing, those dead dreams had now a place to be. An immense graveyard situated in the extreme
All
corner.
of this just to establish the freaking graveyard? God damn it!
This is the exact sort of framing from the Eye of Argon where, you know, you had all this setup just to basically say, the guy stabbed a rat.
So you once compared me to Kingdom Hearts, and now lower, much lower on the bar, you're comparing me to the Eye of Argon.
No, I
don't
didn't
know how I feel about that.
I did not compare you to Kingdom Hearts. I told you Kingdom Hearts was a much more comprehensible story.
No, it is not. It is absolutely not. Have you taken a simple goddamn look, a cursory look at the wiki for Kingdom Hearts? Just 5 minutes in there. Nothing that I could ever hope to write will ever match that level of incomprehension.
I can make sense of Kingdom Hearts, so there.
Bullshit! You can't!
But I'm not going to do it here because otherwise we'll be here for 30 minutes. Yeah.
Anyway.
Madhog, it is okay. You need to come into terms with that. There is things that are more comprehensible than this.
But it's not Kingdom Hearts. I will never accept Kingdom Hearts.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Anyway,
Yes,
I'm continuing the story.
An immense graveyard situated in the extreme corners of his kingdom. If a border existed, of course. In such place, those broken dreams and hopes, those shattered souls, devoured by torment, would peacefully rest until their reawakening would eventually come. There were millions, billions of graves all over the place.
Please, Void, I think you should stop thinking about killing and death that much.
is of my sexual fantasy.
You know, I wish I could write Kingdom Hearts. That way I would get paid to write utter shit! Instead of writing it for free!
While walking inside the cemetery, both Lumina and his father could read some of the sad farewells written on those aforementioned tombstones. Dad, who's Renona Ryder? We do not talk about that one.
She's not dead, you know.
I'm saying about the sexual fantasy joke. Never mind.
Phrases like these.
Alright, each one of us will get
An epitaph.
one of these. Yes, let's get an epitaph per person. Here lie the hopes and dreams of a man who wanted to change the world he lived in and failed.
Perfect.
Here lies the loving feeling of a broken-hearted woman.
And next to it, here lies the woman's husband.
The joke tombstones you would find in Monkey Island.
No, these are the joke tombstones you would find in the older Treehouse of Horror Simpsons episodes.
Ah, right.
But also encouraging sentences like these.
Here lie the greed and lust for power of a man who decided that there were more important things in life.
Oh, so it's actually wholesome in spite of your choice of voice.
So let me get it straight. This guy realized something more important in life and then died.
No. This is a metaphorical, symbolic epitaph for his greed and lust for power, which he managed to shake off to become a better person.
Okie dokie.
Here lies the despair of a now realized individual.
This is oddly wholesome. I wish it were in a better story. Like Kingdom Hearts, which is so much better than this, apparently.
I said it was more comprehensible.
And I say lies.
And I say to your lies, lies.
And I will counteract with slander.
And so on and so on. It was refreshing in a way to think that this place as both an ending and a beginning for everybody's soul.
Everybody's soul.
What, should I be Shang Tsung all of a sudden now? But I can't do the live action actor's voice. The best I can do is,
Your soul is mine.
Your soul is mine.
Sielusi on minun.
Whether being positive or not, Lumina looked genuinely fascinated by all of this.
Wow. Death.
not literal death. Whatever. You can't explain symbolism to a child.
But this is not symbolism, this is real. As far as reality exists.
No, you see, this is reality, which is explained as symbolic. Which is also explained in what the hell am I saying now?
Which is sapient reality.
So if Void is imagining all of this, where is his body?
It's there.
Exactly.
in aisle 3, it's getting cleaned up.
He has pretty much gone all Scarlet Witch and created his own reality.
Oh my gosh, you're so right! This is WandaVision for Void, before WandaVision. This now makes a lot more sense, especially compared to Kingdom Hearts.
No, anyway.
Yes.
Okay, so let me think now. Where was I? I didn't get to that part yet.
Okay.
Lumina looked genuinely fascinated by all this. As a child of her,
Supposed, in brackets,
age would be.
Daddy?
Oh god, what does she want? Yes!
She suddenly asked.
Yes, Han! A pulsating vein appearing on his forehead.
You were a mistake. He asked back.
What happens to people who die?
Would you like to see?
Would you like me to show you?
We have such sights to show you.
I have such sights to show you.
Here is PlayStation 1 and a copy of Final Fantasy 9.
So small, yet so perceptive. She by now already understood the conventional difference between life and death. Therefore, she was curious to know if there was an afterlife.
I thought this was the afterlife, though.
And of course, despite being some kind of a god,
Some kind of a god.
not even Void could answer such a question, for two rather simple reasons.
Which I'm going to explain in painful detail.
There's a writing error or a linguistic error. If you write an A god, then the G is in small, and if it's a Christian god, then it's a capital G.
Yes, but it's my character, so it's a capital G god to me.
And now I will tell you this in the form of a top 10 list, starting at number 1. He didn't know if he or Lumina or everyone else in this realm would sustain a normal life cycle. For what he knew, they could all live forever, like Ixis Naugus did before.
It is a graveyard filled with billions of dead people.
Icy Pal, once again, you're missing the context that the graveyards do not contain literal dead people, dead dreams and feelings, which I've spent an inordinate amount of time explaining before introducing the graveyard. Pay attention! Think, Icy Pal, think!
Yes, and this very story says that there lies the untountable amounts of shattered souls of people.
I think me and Icy Pal have not had this feeling before about any story.
I consider that an accomplishment.
I mean,
Also, continue.
Anyway, number 2. He didn't really know if there was an afterlife or everything that vaguely resembled that. If he would have had such knowledge, he would have known the meaning of life and chaos wouldn't even exist. And the whole universe would have probably collapsed under the sheer weight of such a disfiguring paradox and all that jazz.
Good thing that the author specifically told that he's going to ignore all paradoxes.
And if you like my top 2 list, then bang that subscribe button and hit the likes. And be sure to tune in for my next top 2 list. He looked his sweet daughter in the eyes and smiled, finally answering her question.
Oh gosh, I cannot wait for this. They become angels and go to a happy place where they would ride roller coasters and giant purple stones for the rest of the eternity.
Yay!
God damn it.
Right. I don't think that's how children would react to such an answer to a serious question like that.
Can I die too?
No!
Yes! In time.
If you wait patiently for it.
The day of your birthday.
Eat your vegetables.
And then he loads 2 shotgun shells. No, that's too dark, even for me. What would you do if you were into Void shoes? I'm not into Void shoes, but if I was, I would hope it smells nice.
I am into many things, but shoes is not one of them.
After walking for a while, the 2 of them reached their destination. The exact middle of the tombstone garden, where she lay.
Okay, pause for a second there. We established that this graveyard is not literally containing the dead or the souls of the dead, rather dead dreams and the feelings that were left behind by people who lived. And now we have literally a woman in ice in the middle of it.
But she's not dead, she's just sleeping.
Maybe don't put her in a graveyard.
Well, allow me to channel my inner Xehanort and say that because all of this is a dream graveyard, that means Blaze herself is nothing but a figment of his dreams
And
No, wait. I think I know what's going on. You see, Lumina is Blaze's Heartless, and Void is the replica, which is not like the Heartless or the Nobody. But then Blaze turns out to be Terrax Xenoheart in disguise, possessing another corpse. And then you have the gall to say to me that you can understand the Kingdom Hearts better than this. Okay,
Yes!
moving on.
Yes.
Shut up! Shut
To
up!
make this into a crossover with something better than this.
I'm not saying that this is better than Kingdom Hearts on the premise that this is not paid work. Okay, if you like Kingdom Hearts, more power to you.
I mean,
Just
I don't really have an opinion one way or the other. I have never played it.
Then you don't have a say in this, then!
I can still tell that is more comprehensible and sense-making than this.
That's because you have never spent more than 5 minutes reading the synopsis. What?
The only reason you don't understand it because you don't have the proper map.
The proper map.
She was as beautiful as ever and asleep. Of course, inside her frozen shiny case.
Oh my, this is a fetish officially now.
yes,
I polish it every day.
Yikes.
Like Snow White.
yes, he just goes like, and then wipes it.
Is the cat, Void's queen, and Lumina's mother. He simped over her for years,
Hoping she'd notice him. He gave her all the business.
And then Void had a nightmare of Blaze getting together with alternate universe Silver, who was not the gene spreader.
Oh god, the gene spreader. You know what? You know what? The spreader is a great name for the Shredder once he retires from villainy and becomes a porn star.
Okay.
The spreader.
What do you mean retires and then becomes?
Blaze the cat, Void's queen, and Lumina's mother. Somehow, some way.
Over the rainbow.
You know, to be perfectly frank, she's Luminous' mother, same way Tails is Void's dad.
Yes, I think. Maybe?
Symbolism!
Say hello to your mommy, Lumina.
Oh,
He said,
oh, Tails is a grandfather.
Yes.
Ah!
And he's only 8.
Well, you know, at least this is not Archie Comics.
He should be 13 now, if time has a meaning.
Which
Okay.
it doesn't, except when it does.
Yes.
Hi, Mom!
for the next few minutes, the little Cedrian girl would talk to her mother about the beautiful day she and Daddy spent
Beautiful.
together.
Yeah. Beautiful.
The beautiful day, the awful boyfriend.
Riding roller coasters and other cool stuff.
Other cool stuff.
Void would watch the both of them from the distance, sighing within himself. It was such a heartwarming picture, the way little Lumina used to react in front of her frozen mom.
While Daddy Void puts the shells inside the shotgun.
Almost as if she wasn't frozen at all, as if she was alive with them.
Tell me, Lumina, do you like my puppet show?
You might want to stare in the eyes of this one. A sudden pain eroded its way inside the older Cedrian's heart, a reminder of his namesake's sufferance, a sorrow that never truly left his soul and never truly will. It was his condemn, after all, to feel the void, to idealistically be the void within everyone's souls, to suffer for the sake of his symbolic role. The source of his current pain, however, has been caused by a knowledge, a sad, no, a horrifying knowledge towards his daughter, towards what could possibly be the sole purpose of her existence, the real reason her birth, as far as predestined roles would be possible. He tried to suppress such thoughts inside the back of his mind, of his being
but to no avail. He was conflicted, to say the very least.
Everyone, take a step back. I think Devar is about to explode.
I now know how Madhog feels when I don't got all the fluff from my game recording materials.
You do, huh?
Daddy, I'm done.
So am I. Okay, let's go. Behind that bush over there, there's candy.
I wish we could go.
And so they did.
Yeah! And Espio did! Okay, I hope this never dies.
Once out of the romantic metaphor
Wait.
for people's dead dreams, the small
That's,
child-
wait, hold on. That's a dubious use of the word romantic, I have to say.
I think you meant to say romanticization.
Yes, that's what I meant to say, clearly.
Clearly, but still. The small child's gaze fixed itself on her father's own. She had watery eyes, by the way.
Dad, do you think Mommy will ever woke up?
She almost muttered. Floyd couldn't take it anymore, and hugged his only daughter tightly and lovingly. She hugged him back, sobbing quietly.
I don't know, Lumina. I don't know. I know nothing.
His answer, which like cake, was a lie.
How could you?
When she asked him if there was an afterlife, he couldn't quite know about it, but he certainly knew the answer from his own latest topic. Or better, one of the possible answers. Only it was too painful to even be considered.
If I could, I would do anything to woke her.
She declared all of a sudden in her dad's ear, if he had any.
I mean, ears are like dreams. Sometimes you have them.
Ears are a metaphorical concept after all.
Apparently.
Like
Everything
time.
is. I mean, this story may or may not exist for all we know.
After all, selective hearing is a thing. That was a further stab in the Cedrian's heart. Of course it was. When she was born, he decided to put all of his doubts aside and believe in what he could feel, but now his own feelings were getting back to him in an almost sadistic way. And once again, he had doubts, and he would grieve about, because it seemed that the key for his Queen's Awakening lay within his daughter's very soul.
Oh, drama!
Did you come into that conclusion?
There are beings meant to suffer, isn't it? Are you talking about us? Are you talking about us?
I
Okay.
need to be reminded on how Blaze ended up inside ice again.
Correct me if I am misremembering this, even though I wrote it. At the tail end of Tales, Ixis Naugus betrayed Void, pulled a Kalima on him, if you will.
Kalima!
Yes, that. And just before he would die, Blaze did some hullabaloo chaos magic and whatnot,
Set them
and
both on fire.
transported both him and herself into some sort of sanctuary dimension where they both became encased in ice, because ice is a metaphor for ice.
Being frozen. Today.
Sure, something along those lines. Ice usually works as a metaphor for forced solitude, but it doesn't really work if they are frozen together. So it's meaningless. It just looks cool. Because it's ice, get it?
Frozen in time, as you would say.
After all of that, for some inexplicable, inane reason, Blaze was the only one inside the ice, and Void was having weird existential adventures that didn't really go anywhere.
It was all a dream.
It's just preconceived notions of something happening.
The blueprint of a story that could happen, but we only get to see the bullet points and the author's notes of it. So this is the end of chapter 3, and I'm going to say maybe we should call it a night.
Oh, God, yes. Please.
We are halfway in the middle of this. Then again, we are out of practice with this. We used to be able to digest a lot more text in our previous lives, but this is getting so much worse.
I think because, the whole tangents we have in between, we can't help ourselves.
Those are the elements that really make this show, though.
I know.
This is the fun that we're having. We make our own fun with the terrible things that we read.
Yeah, I didn't think there would be anything worse than gore sexapades of furry animals, but I now found that there is. It's boredom. Their complete uneventfulness.
Just like I during say chapter 1, this thing talks a lot but says very little. There's just padding.
Padding. A conga line of padding, if you will. So, I'm going to confess something to you guys.
What?
On occasion, when I do exercise, I like to go back and re-listen to our older episodes of Dramatis Lectio when we were covering the bulk, the then insurmountable mountain of the Tales Saga, the real story that is. And I remember all the fun and the despair, the whole spectrum of emotions that we were feeling, and it was all very entertaining to hear again, especially after a time when I might not remember what jokes were said and what good times were had. As time goes on, and we go deeper and deeper into the rabbit hole of the Tales Saga spin-offs, I always worry that we might never be able to recapture the magic, especially when the text that we are riffing is less and less eventful and more boring, as it inevitably drags itself into a burning inferno. But I have to say, after tonight, I think we've still got it. And I'm glad we do, because this will be hell for me to edit, but it will be worth it in the end, because of all the laughter and unintentional innuendos we spout on a minute-by-minute basis. And even though 2 of you absolutely drove me insane tonight, I will still look back at this with fondness in my heart. Less.
Just so everything is back to normal.
The world is healing, you might be saying.
So Izzy Pal and Matti drove you insane?
Nah, sure, sure, Devar, sure. Okay, and with that said, at some point we will pick up where we left and finish reading this travesty. But for the sake of our mental health and to recharge our comedy batteries, we're going to put a stop to this show.
But this week is not in Finnish.
Okay.
How can we finish it?
So, anyway.
I think we've already barfed our best material so far, and we cannot top the freaking filled with milk which was absolutely terrible, and I love it.
Yeah, maybe next time I can bring something from the time when I thought I was so smart at the age of 16.
If you mean your Energy Core of Power comic, then yes. My brain is going to give birth to a baby girl. It's in labor right now. So I'm going to have to leave you with... this is my advice. Shotguns are a surprisingly good babysitter. Good night, everybody!
Take care.
Previously on Il-Lumina-ted.
So, there was this being called a Void, and he was very traumatized for the loss of his beloved wife, the cat lady Blaze. I guess she was his wife. I don't know, it's complicated. But anyway, he kind of created this separate dimension for himself, where he can contemplate the nature of the universe and talk deeply with his daughter, Lumina, who is, what was she? A bunch of light or something? And they talk about stuff. And Lumina doesn't quite understand the condition her mother is in. And I guess Void created her just a mere thought, because in his own universe he can kind of do that. So that's basically the basic gist of it.
There was an amusement park.
Oh yeah, there was one. Did they already went to the amusement park?
Yes!
Or did they just talk about it?
Yes, it's previously on Il-Lumina-ted. Of course they went to the amusement park already.
As I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I take a look at my life and realize there's nothing left. Cause I've been blasting and laughing so long that even my mama thinks that my mind is gone. But I ain't never crossed a man that didn't deserve it. Me be treated like a punk, you know that's unheard of. You better watch how you talking and you walking, or you and your homies might be lined in chalk. I really hate to trip, but I got the lock. As they croak, I see myself in the pistol smoke. Fool, I'm the kind of G that little homies wanna be like, on my knees in the night saying prayers in the streetlight. Keep spending most our lives living in a gangster's paradise. Been spending most our lives living in a gangster's paradise. We keep spending most our lives living in a gangster's paradise. We keep spending most our lives living in a gangster's
Anyway, thanks Matti for your illuminating recap.
It was much better than I expected.
Yes, I mean, I was expecting something much more funny, but in a way it was hilarious, and I struggled to not burst out laughing in a few parts.
Yeah, I was surprised none of you did that.
Well, too bad for you, Madhog. This time you got the one thing we never get in this show. Professionalism.
Yeah!
You're not getting paid. Welcome back, everybody, to this general idea of a thing.
Story?
I wrote, I suppose, a fan fiction of some description. Il-Lumina-ted, which is part of the various Void-related spin-offs based off my original Tales fanfiction, and as Icipal put it also eloquently last time, there was a clear point in which we should have stopped, but we kept on going to see what would happen. I am paraphrasing, of course, but that's more or less where we are now. And to validate Matti's recap of the last 3 chapters we read, this story is a lot less complicated than it tried oh so hard to make you believe it would. It's insultingly simple, in fact.
Yep.
The best and most algorithm-friendly point of comparison would be WandaVision. This is basically WandaVision. Void is stuck into a world of his own making, except he knows he's in WandaVision. He knows that from the beginning, so the game is revealed early on. This is basically his own very personal and intimate philosophical struggle, if you will. I know this is not real, but it feels as if it is real. Does that make it real? Does it even matter? Oh look, I have a daughter now. She's not real, but she is real to me.
Is this story about grief?
We've had this discussion already last time.
Fantasy.
I don't remember anything from that.
You clearly remember more than we do, based on that recap. The whole point of this exercise in fruitless fuffing is that there was a skeleton of potential in here, as we established last time, in the hands of somebody who was actually capable at this whole writing business. This could have been a good story about grief and, moreover, about healing from trauma, moving on with your life. It's in the tags of this fanfiction, spiritual/family. Without any further ado, we should pick up where we left off, with chapter 4.
Titled 4.
Yes, once again, these chapters do not have titles. We've been there, we've done that.
Yep, we certainly have. But I tell you what we haven't done yet. Sundara Popeye!
We me notices your bulgy.
We have done that too, actually.
No, we haven't. We did Dr. Popeye. I don't think we did Sundara Popeye.
It's not like I like you or anything.
There were a lot of doctors in the house back then.
Well, we've done Tsundere and we've done Popeye, but I have to say, Tsundere Popeye is something I did not need in my life right now.
I mean, we already had Tsundere Madhog in our lives.
But Baka! Don't call me that in public! One time, a wise person asked me a question. Can a god create a weight he can't lift? I'm so smart.
My answer to that is yes, but he won't, because otherwise the universe would explode.
Okay, so this is one of those questions that really don't have answers. What are they called again? Rhetorical, yes. Rhetorical questions. But yes, that's really a good way to begin a chapter, isn't it? Wow, can a god create a weight he can't lift?
I mean, rhetorical question can have an answer, but it is generally a question that you don't expect to be given answer for.
Yeah, it's like asking the question, who beats who? Between Goku and Superman?
Superman, obviously.
Rhetorical question is the kind of question that after you have answered it, the questioner says, you don't need to be a smartass.
Something you give an answer to if you are a douchebag. Basically.
You ruin the fun for everybody else.
Yes, exactly. Anyway, can a god create something that he cannot handle? Can you even lift God? Something that would escape his own control and evolve in its own directions. This sounds like every mad scientist creating every ultimate life form story ever made.
Okay, in the context of this story's universe, what god are we talking about here?
Void is the god of this world because he created it with his own dreams and emotions and feelings and the help of the MacGuffin gem that you forgot to mention in the recap.
Ah, yes.
The Precious Stone, which is a real thing from the forgotten canon of Sonic Shuffle.
The little girl's ride.
That too! You remember that! I'm so happy! Just like a rebel son who refused to follow his father's steps. Or maybe a son who chose to follow those steps. But that's not what the father wanted all along. Or both. Or, say it with me, folks, nothing at all!
Nothing at all.
Feels like I'm writing nothing at all. Nothing at all. Nothing at all.
Stupid sexy void.
If only that were true, then we wouldn't be here.
If a god existed, that is, and if we have been made at his own image.
Excuse me, the god is just floating right over there.
I have to say, there are so many ellipses, so many ellipses in this sentence.
So many ellipses, so many periods, so many Steves, so many of dots.
Looking back at the Tales saga itself, we have been suffering from great lack of ellipses.
Well, I'm glad to tell you that the great ellipsis famine has finally come to an end. Ellipsis for everybody now. Then can we be gods as well? Some of us may deluded themselves, Jesus Christ, the grammar, into believe that. Some of us did create things from nothing. They're called artists. I guess if you're an artist or a writer, you are a god. We are once again circling back to that old shebang about me inserting myself into my story as the god of this world, basically. Which was the whole point of Tales. Not the story or the characters, but me, the writer, writing these characters, as you recall.
You wrote Fang the Sniper.
Well, I did not create Fang the Sniper, but yes, I wrote him like that.
Yep.
Some of us did create things from nothing, ellipsis. Things that helped us, ellipsis. Things that threatened us, ellipsis. Things that marveled us and entertained us, Disney.
Ellipses.
Things that killed us, ellipsis. And things that prolonged our life. Is this going anywhere, or...?
I think it's going in circles.
Anyone can be a god in his/her own inner worlds. And anyone can create stuff thanks to the precious gift of having a mind. Haha! Cogito ergo sum. Yet, we don't always have control over what we create. Figuratively or literally. Mentally or physically speaking. Wait, are we talking about giving birth here? Because we don't have control of ourselves in the first place.
This is the way a brain of a male is made.
I see. Free will is an illusion.
It's part of our chaotic existence, it seems. Therefore, another question comes. Spontaneous! Let's see how spontaneous this question is, then.
As spontaneous as the ellipses?
If a god really existed, was he just like us? What if God was one of us? Na 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 na.
And that song never answers to that question.
What if God was
A
really
woman?
dumb? What if God had mental illness? Do-do-do-do. Conflicted.
Maybe he wants Cheetos.
Determined. Did he feel? Did he suffer? Was he mortal? Was he not divine? Then again, what's the real meaning of being a god? As in B-E-E-N as opposed to B-E-I-N-G.
Yeah.
Yes.
Does anybody ever stopped and pondered over this topic? No! Nobody has ever thought about these things ever in the history of humanity!
Well, in Mobius, I'm not sure how religious they are, but...
Okay, so you have to understand that this part that we are reading right now is essentially glorified author's notes, presented as a paragraph. So that's neither here nor there, nor anywhere.
So instead of this paragraph, just imagine the author patting himself on the back constantly.
Imagine Dragons.
So this is kind of a poor version of Charlie Kaufman's adaptation.
I appreciate the comparison, Matti, but okay. Oh, anyway. Despite the fact that I tried with all my strength, I'm sorry, Icipal, not to be involved in such disfiguring reasoning. Jeez, are you sure that's the appropriate adjective here? For the sake of my mental health, and these stories too, this story has a mental health apparently, I still can't help but wonder about certain things, certain ellipses. Then again, it's what makes me human, to always question myself and my beliefs, to ask myself questions that won't find answers. and choose to believe what I want to believe. And right now, I choose to believe I am God!
Yes, Madhog, yes.
And
very
right
fine,
now,
very
I
fancy.
want to believe that sometimes even a God could use some therapy.
Furiously typing on the keyboard that day, going.
Well, I mean, a god can learn a lot from their creations.
You do realize that if God goes to therapy, assuming that God exists and created the entire universe, you do realize that the moment he goes to therapy and starts making breakthroughs, he's going to realize that this universe has given him nothing but toxicity and he has to move on from it by erasing it.
Well, the texts of the Bible do say that one day God will breathe back in his own creations, so to speak, because he breathed it out.
I have to say, I do like the idea that all of our lives, our world, our entire legacy and civilization as a species, as living beings, is happening in between God inspiring and aspiring a breath. 1, 2, 3. In and out. Breathe in, breathe out. And we exist between that. Okay, so now technically the chapter begins and it's all bold and in italic, which is the font I usually use to paint the picture of a dream world. And it makes sense in retrospect that it is like that because the entire setting is a dream.
Now we also have dialogue between Void and his therapist.
Oh boy, I have no idea who's talking.
I think it's the Void's therapist. So who gets to be the therapist? Can I be the therapist? Yeah, I want to be the therapist.
Okay, well, go on, Sigmund.
So, things didn't exactly go the way you wanted, did they?
I would like to change my therapist. It's just that it's all so confusing. All these ellipses. I mean,
dots everywhere.
I basically created everything here from dreams and thoughts, and I created almost all of these realms of people, including you, from my memories. But, and there's a but, it is all different from what my mind recalled. It almost seems as if, I'm sorry, I have to reboot the Void here.
If we evolved in our own way, just like any population does.
I really hate this therapist. I'm going to erase him from my memories.
That's just how they are.
No, they aren't. Anyway, next sentence is a bunch of dots. Ellipses. That's Void being speechless, I suppose. How can I convey this in an audio show? There.
You may have created us, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we should be just like you wanted us to be.
Dead?
It's almost like we are trying to build out that we are actual people, so that the readers will feel remorse when we are just wiped from existence, when you stop living in your dreams. We may resemble the people you used to know in the so-called real world, but guess what? We apparently chose to be real as well. I think it's what the concept of arbitrary freedom is all about. And it seems that even a god cannot be above the chaotic mess that life is, even though he created it in the first place. If he created it, that is.
This is the most obnoxious voice I've ever heard in my life. Your high-pitched shriek was too much for Discord to handle, and apparently you died.
I did?
When you started giggling like a lunatic, Discord had the courtesy of cutting you off so that I did not have to suffer you.
What does Discord know about the talent anyway?
At this, the god and ruler of imaginary world, the conflicted being by the name of Void, smirked. And then he snaps his fingers and the therapist is poofed out of existence.
I mean, he could.
He could. I wish you would, too. You don't believe in me, do you? Why am I still reading the text? That's not dialogue. That should have been someone else's job at this juncture.
Yes, why are you doing it?
Devara, you read the text.
Okay. He asked, almost amused.
I'm almost amused.
His guest smirked too, and answered.
Well, I know for certain that the first ones of us, including myself of course, have been created by you from your memories. Therefore, ellipsis. No, I don't believe in you. I do believe instead in chaos and life. I believe that we are part of it and so are you. That we all existed without a certain reason. We live and apparently we die, and that's just that.
I wish you said we live and learn.
No.
Void sighed quite audibly. The old question that once tormented him about the truthfulness of this place and its inhabitants had abandoned his mind a whole lot of time ago.
A whole lot of time ago, sure.
As far as time had a meaning.
I think we should have started a counter for every time this sentence popped up.
Ding 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 ding.
You know, ever since you offended Discord with your voice performance, your audio quality has gone degenerating a little bit.
Oh dear. This people, his children, one might say were definitely not an illusion. Or if they were, they just didn't care. And the confirmation of such certainty came along with the first natural-born infants.
Oh, we're getting there now. Okay.
Maybe we all are nothing more than creations of a sleeping god and its dreams.
Sure.
Those fake humans and Mobians could form families and procreate life by their own.
Oh no, I'm having Knuckles flashbacks. Oh no.
They could have descendants.
Disney's descendants?
Dare I say, children.
No.
Crossbreeding.
That's going too far, fanfiction.
In other words, they were alive and they were real.
Wait, so when my Sims have kids in The Sims, it proves that they are real?
No, obviously not.
But this fic says otherwise. What am I supposed to believe?
What am I fighting for?
Despite being made from dreams, despite living inside dreams, or metaphorical representations of them,
Oh my god.
they were whole persons who could think, wish, feel, and dream on their own.
Okay, and with all of that firmly established and firmly answered, can we no longer talk about this ever, please?
But of course!
Oh god, no!
With the introduction of the chaotic element that is life is, in Void's realm, the problems didn't late to arrive.
Didn't late to arrive! He's back, baby!
They were fashionably late.
Oh,
The problems didn't late to arrive.
Yes.
when there are different persons with different minds, conflicts are inevitable. Different ideas, different beliefs, intolerance and racism. All the typical problems that afflicted any civilized society over the eons.
Hey guys, remember that Futurama episode where an entire world and ecosystem grows up on Bender's body as he's lost in space and then he meets God?
Yes.
It's better than this, obviously.
Duh.
Yes, but I'm also starting to think that this is all just the Void being very salty because he keeps failing his civilization games.
I like that.
And to Void's utter dismay, some of them, if not grand part of them, happened because of him.
No, how was I supposed to know that moving slightly to the left would cause Gandhi to drop a nuke on me? Come on!
Or better.
I should clarify, I have never played Civilization in my life.
Famous bug that basically became a running gag.
Too slow tempo for my taste.
Yeah. Or better, because of the religion that some people made out of him. The Voidism? The first Pope called it. And of course, other cults and creeds did come out in response of it. Imaginary world was now full of Satanists, atheists, Orthodox Voidists, Baalists, and the list goes on and on.
Devar, I have to say, I have lost my place for a split second, so when I heard you say the Voidism, I thought you were making a joke, but it's actually written here!
No.
Oh my god, no, why, no!
Void, I think the problem is that was the point that you decided to introduce yourself to your creations as God. Maybe you should have skipped that part.
Can we stop and talk about the existence of Baalists for the Void religion? That just blows my mind. I'm sorry, but the idea of being a follower of Baal is that you are a follower of Baal, not a guy named Void, right?
Because you were going through apparently some sort of Wikipedia page for different religions and decided then just cherry-picked. Or maybe you were throwing darts at the screen.
You're giving me too much credit. I was just typing.
It was a thing that deeply embarrassed and pained him.
These mortals are so stupid.
The fact that his children would fight each other for the dumbest among reasons.
Then just step in like a good parent and separate them. You go into the corner, you go into the other corner and think about what you've done.
But he couldn't help it, could he? He was the creator, after all. He created them, and that's it.
No! You have a responsibility! Here. God damn you, I was about to say.
Yeah, if you don't do anything for your subjects, they lose hope. Just like it was said in that Futurama episode.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, here's the thing, Void. You aren't just some faceless god whose existence is ambiguous. You are literally living amongst your children, which means that you have a responsibility as a parent to guide and support them. You're not doing a great job at it. It's almost as if all of your existing baggage doesn't really make you into a efficient father figure, I would say.
When we look back at the Void's father figures, he hated and tried to kill multiple times his actual father, and the one he considered to be his father used him and betrayed him. So never actually cared about him.
Okay, so a slight correction. Tails isn't literally his father, not biologically. He's the guy who literally planted a seed. Which I suppose that, metaphorically speaking, that means he has impregnated the land.
Yes, we made this joke before.
Oh yeah, Tails was just a donor.
Yes, we made it. Yes, yeah, guys, we made this joke.
Wait,
Yeah.
but he did plant the seed, but he didn't make the seed.
It didn't come on the seed, if that is what you're asking.
No, guys, come on. Guys, we made this joke already.
Oh, gosh. Okay, where are we now?
Life is chaos, isn't it?
Void's therapist suddenly stated.
You might say that. Oh, well, at least you came out half decent. Except for your vocal strings, which now must be removed.
Void began.
But not like you wanted me to be, right?
Oh, you can say that again, son! You are a disappointment.
The other concluded for him. Void frowned. A familiar feeling of guilt made its way inside his namesake emptiness.
Well, no. You are very different from the memory I had of capital H him. Oh, it is I, Powerpuff Girls!
Oh my god, the voice. Oh my god, it's Icy Pow's voice. He raised his head and fixed his gaze over his guest.
But that doesn't mean I'm not proud of you. Because I am. Really. Puts his paw on the shoulder. I'm so proud of you. Totally.
I'd like to roll an insight check.
You rolled a 1.
I like to think Void goes like, I'm so proud of your existence. I'm going to put you on the fridge.
Gosh.
And he literally staples the therapist onto the fridge.
I'm proud of all of you, actually.
He declared.
You did evolve into becoming your own person. And not just someone else's ripoff. Funny choice of word there.
Looks at the author.
And
Bootleg.
to tell the truth, I am ashamed. Oh, I get it now. This is about writing fanfiction. This is a fanfiction about writing fanfiction. Writing about characters that you are creating, but you're not actually creating them because they come from memory, which means that they already existed. And the version of them you write in the story will never live up to the version of them that exists in your mind. This is a story about the fanfiction writing process, which, if you pair it with its spiritual companion piece in the Void trilogy, which was about dealing with writer's block, it paints quite a picture, doesn't it? It's not a good picture, but there, it's painted now. It is all clear now.
I can't decide if this genius or not.
It is not. It is very pretentious and self-absorbed. But now that we have finally cracked the code and we realized what this is actually all about...
We can go home?
No, but we can be less confused about it. Anyway, and to tell the truth, I'm ashamed with myself for giving you this aspect. Wait,
Aspect would that be?
what have you done? I haven't been a good father.
His interlocutor.
I love that this word is such a landmine for you.
Okay, I'm going to guess that Void made his therapist look like Tails.
Oh, you think?
I was thinking that he made him look like Ixis Nogus.
No, that would be terrible and have so many terrible implications.
And here I thought it was Mr. Pickles.
Mr. Pickles! Let's see. Actually, let's see. Let's see what happens.
Let me just continue, yeah. His interlocutor just smiled at his father and creator. He then put a hand on his shoulder. Oh, there's the hand on the shoulder you saw coming.
Hey. Starts flirting.
I'm perfectly fine with the appearances you gave me, Void.
What appearances? He gave you more than one?
He said.
You can call me Manyface.
Oh, yes? This sounds oddly confrontational, but okay. Then why you colored your bangs in black and started wearing that red jacket of yours? course.
This
I'm
sounds
sorry.
like a specific reference to.
I'm sorry, is the therapist actually a teenager who's going through a rebellious phase?
Oh my god, now I just have an image of Mr. Pickles wearing the said jacket and with...
It's
dyed
obviously
black.
not Mr. Pickles. It's obviously not Professor Pickles.
I know, but still, I just having that image now. It's funny to me.
It's obviously Shadow the Hedgehog, the ultimate life form.
The therapist blushed a little at this.
Because I like myself better?
He replied, trying not to sound shy. This time, it was Void that put his own huge three-fingered hand on the shoulder of his son. Is this an opening for wanna get stuck in a wall?
Hey.
Just a constant back and forth. Hey. Okay. As I said, I'm proud of you, Ellipsis. Of your independence and what you've accomplished. You became the worst therapist ever!
And pride was visibly shown on the improvised Cedrian's god's face.
What do you mean, improvised face? Speaking of which, how is your family doing? Do I have to poof them out of existence too?
Also, how's your sex life?
I did not hit her, I did not.
The other thought at this for a minute, or so, then answered.
Pretty well, considering that my son melted his brain with those chaos-bound online RPG games, and my wife has become a Scientologist.
What? I'm sorry, what? Excuse me? What is happening now?
Excuse me, I need to reboot my brain.
So hold on.
Mobius has Scientologists?
No, not even Mobius. This dream version of Mobius that was vomited out of Void's brain apparently has online RPGs and Scientology for some ungodly reason.
How does Void know about Scientology?
How does Madhog know about Scientology?
How's your real daughter doing?
He asked back.
Oh, she is just fine. Considering everything, you know, her mother and all.
Void shyly answered.
I see. Well, I would like to exploit the argument a little longer, but I'm afraid our time just ran out.
Perhaps the word you meant to use was explore, not exploit.
I like how he says, oh, we've run out of time now. And it's like, you're telling God you're out of time.
Hey, he has a busy schedule.
We'll have to wait the next appointment for that. Here's my honorarium, by the way.
God's personal therapist stated, while showing his patient a fine piece of paper. Is it blank?
But
That's one fine piece of paper.
But it's over 9,000!
Void cried.
Oh, yes,
I'm sorry,
I know.
Madhog. I need to go and put you out of your misery.
That's a bit harsh, don't you think? I mean, it's been, 10, 15 years more? At this point, it should be considered vintage.
Even you don't believe that.
I
Wait,
know.
carry on reading. There's something that's really boggling my mind here.
So what? You are the creator, right? You can literally sweat out money from your body if you want.
Why do you have currency involved in all this imaginary realm?
Yes, how does the economy work in your imaginary world? Come to think of it, this was an entire point of contention last time. If you can just will things into existence, and everybody can do that apparently, not just Void, then what even is the point of having a honorarium for your therapy sessions?
Don't think about it.
Oh no, carry on. It gets even weirder.
I suppose they need something that they can feel accomplished of their work.
Well, in that case, he already received the payment when Void put his hand on his shoulder. Hey, what's more accomplished than that?
Yeah, let's carry on because it's gonna get even weirder and stupider.
Yes, I can sense it. No, I can't.
He sadly remarked.
How? Wait, what? How? Why? No, wait, stop the ride! Stop the ride right now! What is...
Stop the process!
What do you mean you can't create it? You are God!
I know, what's going on here? If he's got to will things to existence, then why can't he will money into existence?
And why do you need money? Oh my gosh.
Oh my
Too
God,
many questions. The trouble with high concept, abstract scenarios such as this is that the moment you ground them is the moment in which you start asking questions you didn't need to ask, such as, what is the economy in this world that's clearly real, except it isn't, except it is?
Well, I, for one, do enjoy the mental gymnastics of trying to find answers to these questions.
And then William Shatner comes up and says, what does God need with money?
It was a spaceship, but
yeah,
yes,
I know,
get
but
your
it's
point.
money in this case.
Well, it clearly needs money to buy a spaceship. Duh.
Well, the point of that question was to poke hole in the so-called God's logic to prove that he wasn't actually a god.
Yeah, I
Just
know
pretend.
the movie, but...
Okay, we don't need to analyze the VAR's silly jokes. Moving on. And his answer is...
Oh, well, that's your problem, dude. Now, if you will excuse me, I have to play with my band in the nearby nightclub in about half an hour.
He puts on his sunglasses, gets his sax. See you, Daddy-o. You're a singer too?
Me? No, I'm the guitarist. Anti-Knuckles is the bassist and Anti-Sonic sings. Would you believe that?
No, in fact, I am more confused than ever. What are you talking about? Anti-Knuckles? Anti-Sonic? Are we bringing more elements from the Archie comics into this mess now?
Void
the answer
nodded.
is yes.
Void nodded.
And tell me, how's the band called? Oh, you will never believe what's it called.
Anti-Freedom Fighters!
Boo. I should have imagined that.
But you did!
Yes,
It should have been Anti-Sonic Heroes.
No, honestly, it should have been Sonic Underground.
Sonic Underground. Sonic Underground.
Sonic Underground.
Don't you mean Anti-Sonic Underground?
Don't you mean a boot to the head? I should have imagined that. As the VAR pointed out, he did. In any case, good luck with tonight. Is this the first draft of the Soul script?
Thanks. See you next week. Same time, same day, same channel. As far as time has any meaning here, of course. Toodles!
Yes, I'll see you then, Miles.
Ha! I called it.
Don't you mean anti-Miles?
If anything, it's anti-Tails.
Anyway, said the very proud dad to his first intended living creation ever, which aspect was based on Void's memory of his own father, which would lead us to yet another gruesome paradox that I would gladly ignore as far as I can.
Well, I don't want to ignore it. Let's talk about this.
So your first act as a god was to recreate the image of your own father as your personal therapist.
But you see, it's even worse than that. So, the person he considered to be his father, he recreated it as his own son, and he made that son, which is based off his father, his own therapist. Figure that one out, Freud!
So, Void, did you have any sexual thoughts about your mother?
Oh my gosh, this is Sigmund Freud now. And I have to say, it was mentioned earlier on in the paragraph that apparently an entire civilization has developed with wars, religion, racism, all things that would take centuries, if not thousands of years, to develop in any given direction. And this version of Tales was the first creation that he has ever made intentionally. I'm sorry, how old is he? How old is anybody here?
Well, if time has a meaning...
As far as we know, which is nothing.
The answer is maybe.
What was the question then?
Exactly.
I think we are trapped into a bad version of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy here.
Yeah, we are. Let's continue.
All right. So
Paragraph break.
there appears to be a change in paragraph here. So, Matti, you're up.
Okay.
So, perhaps a god can't lift the weight he created in the first place, but maybe, just maybe, he can live with that.
He can live with the weight of his own responsibilities? Is that what you're trying to convey here?
No, he's trying to say that he can live and learn.
Hanging on the edge of tomorrow, maybe?
He can live in the chaos he may, or may not, has created out of raw thoughts. Imaginary world has deeply changed in just 10 short years, as far as... You know the drill.
Well, Madhog, there's your timeline.
Other thoughts and ideas may have been the matter from which this realm came from. But as for now, what moves this world are its own people's thoughts and ideas, which could be a very positive thing. But since life is chaotic and people is forced to live in it, sorry about my grammar, things would always be complicated.
Don't apologize for Madhog.
I'm so high right now. Imaginary world was now a full-grown modern society. Therefore, it had its problems.
Oh no.
Oh no.
This again! You've already established that! Come on!
Intolerance, racism, acts of violence and murders without apparent reasons. In other words, the way things normally look everywhere and, ironically enough, one of the negative results of free will. Let me put my Linkin Park to, perhaps I'm just generalizing here. Then again, I don't care. What I do care is that it's that this world is not anymore under anyone's control, except the endless possibilities of life, which happen to be the number one rule of the Chaos Believers, who, unfortunately, were just another group who want to overcome all the others' beliefs. So, it contradicted itself. Then again, who cares?
Was it an accident that you chose that perfectly fitting voice for this paragraph, or did you read it beforehand?
I chose some kind of a stoner voice.
Yes.
Well, it fitted perfectly.
Matti, you are one senseless murder away from channeling the Johnny the Homicidal Maniac energy into this reading.
I can't help but imagine if this stoner voice was used for the Twilight Zone for some reason.
Dudes, we're like totally about to enter a dimension of thought, a dimension of sound, a dimension of touch that's totally radical, dudes.
And who cares, man?
That blows my mind, dudes.
Let me see who is talking here, because we have a lot of dialogue next, and it doesn't state who is talking to who.
Since we don't know what this next batch of dialogues is all about, who's speaking to whom and vice versa, let's just make up some random voices. Apparently there is a bit of a plot now, all of a sudden, in that there is an evil cult, which is to say just a regular religious institution. There is no factual difference between those, really, if you get down to it. Called the Chaos Believers, and they are converting people, apparently, and that's a plot line? Question mark? This feels very Game of Thrones all of a sudden. I do hope they all get inside a building and then they blow up all at once.
We'll see.
Well, they have to do incest first.
Yeah, let's just get it going with this.
Well, that's very chaotic, don't you know? Who really cares, dude?
Excuse me?
All that Voidist crap about, the on the sixth day Void created the Antimobian thing. I mean, come on, that's not true.
Considering that Anti-Sonic and Anti-Knuckles exist.
Antimobian too. I guess this world is Antimobian now? Antimobius, I should say?
Well, scientifically speaking, I would agree with you, but rationally is not. Everything in our chaotic world.
Hold on to your fancy pants. You're a chaos believer?
Hell no. Those idiots are just a bunch of hypocrites. Then again, I could be mistaking. Then again, who am I to tell what is true and what is not? The fact is, we do not know the truth, and we should just live with that and be really free. Are you following me?
This really sounds like the ramblings of a madman under crack. Not very much.
Perfect. You just accepted the fact that you don't understand something.
I won the debate by confusing you. Hey, stop that.
And now you're opposing my words. And that's just fine. You have the right to do it. Although you shouldn't force other people into believing what you believe if they don't want to.
Have you ever wanted to punch a guy so hard?
I mean, Kevin Sorbo and Douglas Tenable.
That was a rhetorical question, but thank you for providing actual answers, douche nozzle. I think I got a headache. Mind if I join you later?
Give me some of that grass, man.
Fantastic. I'll be brawling some street thugs for a while if you need me to.
I'm sorry, this is Streets of Rage now. Why would you do that?
Why do I need a reason for doing whatever I feel to do? That's freedom, my friend.
Oh, wait, I think I just realized that this is Fang the Sniper, isn't it? This sounds like Fang the Sniper to me, the way I wrote him.
With that said, the young-looking creature who vaguely resembled a weasel departed from her friend and fellow school student in search of some random thug to beat up, just for the heck of it.
Hold on a second! Young weasel? School student? Is this an high school AU?
Oh, are we finally found the Metroid High School?
No, this is hell now! This is my hell!
That's what I said. Did we find the Metroid High School? There was a unique creature who wore a curious canvas hat, an old-fashioned belt and boot. Boots! Oh no!
Boots!
Boots!
So I see the problem here. I wrote B-O-O-T-H-S as opposed to B-O-O-T-S. That H is not supposed to be there, so now, canonically, he's wearing multiple phone booths on him.
She does have a big boots to fill. Despite the look, she acted like some kind of master of life, and her speech was anything but Southern. What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
Because of the cowboy look. You just read this sentence, remember?
But I was more confused. What does her not having Southern accent have to do with being some kind of master of life?
Because she dresses like a cowboy, you would expect her to sound like a stereotypical cowboy. But
What
she
does
doesn't.
being master of life have to do with it?
You are focusing on the wrong end of the sentence, you know.
Let's just
This is
continue.
the right end of the sentence, which is near the end of the sentence.
Let's just continue.
She had a deep purple fur, white on her chest and belly. It was thick enough to cover her private zones.
Why do you need to point that out? They are cartoon animals. You don't need to point out that they are naked all the time. Damn you.
We
I mean,
already established in the Tales Saga itself that teenage Madhog was very horny.
I mean, have you seen Roots the Bat?
Boing boing.
Rouge the Bat is a later design. Don't think too much about it. But yes, in this chat we love and support Rouge the Bat.
But her feminine form was still undeniable.
Okay, so she has thick enough fur to cover her private zones, but her feminine form was still undeniable. You are painting quite a picture in my mind.
Yes, Madhog yourself is painting the picture.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember this at all. I don't know if I pointed this out earlier, but that's the situation.
Wolf ears lay straight under her hat. Her eyes were pitch black. She hadn't any parents, and she was definitely not born from Void's own memories like others did. She came out from pure nothingness.
Is there a point
Wait.
to all of this, or are you just introducing your cool new OC for the sake of introducing your cool new OC?
If she was born from pure nothingness instead of being procreated, that means that she would have come from Void's own mind.
Icipal, please do not ever use the word procreated ever again in my presence.
I promise nothing. Oh, did I forget to mention that she had a single huge fang that came out from her mouth? Yes, you were right, Madhog. We did get the Fang the Sniper here.
Yeah,
Yes.
the bent Fang the Sniper.
We have the gender bent Fang the Sniper from the high school alternate universe, which is everything I hate about fanfictions. Just rolled into one trope.
Well, you know you have to blame for this.
Society, of course.
We live in a society.
That's
There are
given.
people in the world.
Someone's breathe. Elios
Breathe.
has done it again, isn't it? With the usual calm and spontaneous charm, she would bring with herself wherever she would go the mysterious enigma known as Nick the Weasel.
Nick the
Exactly.
Weasel? I'm sorry, Nick the Weasel sounds like an oddly specific name to the point that I have to wonder if this character doesn't already exist? Hey, Devar,
What?
Google me this character.
Are you sure you want that to be showing up in Devar's search history?
Were you, Madhog, actually subscribed to Archie Comics, Sonic
No.
Comics? Okay.
No, I only had peripheral knowledge of that. Anyway,
Okay, so this is a loose adaptation.
it's not even-
Nicolette the Weasel.
I knew it! I did not invent her. She was real, damn it! She was real! There is a female version of Fang. Officially. This is not my OC. I am saved.
No.
Yes! Yes, it's
It's
real.
too late to save you, Madhog.
Oh. Sure, with that attitude.
Disappeared into the dark of the alleys. The dark she came from. Her best friend and recent interlocutor stood still on her spot for a while, watching the road Nick just vanished in, and sighed. She would never understand her, but somehow she was fine with that. And that, apparently, was a good thing.
So, how's your sex life? So, how's your day at school, Lumina?
The girl in question suddenly turned her head to fix her young, full-of-life gaze into her father's lifeless one.
Not bad.
She said,
I wish I could avoid the religion lesson, though.
I think it's clear by this point that Lumina has aged a bit since last time at this stage.
Yep.
I mean, yeah, she's apparently now in high school with Nick the Weasel.
We did not establish if it's high school or middle school or any school whatsoever, aside that it is a kind of school.
Well,
Yes,
at least this does the passage of time better than my comics.
That's not high praise, but I'll take it.
Boy just sweetly smiled at her, his eyes, although being empty, full of fatherly love.
You cannot have your cake and eat it too, writer.
I mean, there is so much more room for the fatherly love because there are so much lack of life in there.
Yes, that's what I mean. Either it's lifeless or it's full of love. It can't be both.
So that
Well, I
means
mean,
that
the eyes may be empty, but they're not empty of meaning.
they are only empty of life. So Void is dead.
This man is dead. It lives no more.
Lumina Flowlight has grown a lot over the past decade. She was little, no more. Currently, she was fine young lady, a loving and caring person, just like Cosmo used to be. Yet, determined and sometimes even stubborn. Just like her mother used to be.
Void, do you want to bang your own daughter?
I wasn't going to say that.
Well,
think it's
I did.
obvious.
You're welcome.
I think it's obvious.
Somebody had to say it. It might as well be me. I'm already compromised.
In other words, she was her own person, not anybody's ripoff.
Again, curious
What is-
choice of word.
See, isn't my OC amazing?
Look at my OC. My OC is amazing. Giving
Do
a
not
lick.
steal.
Give it a lick. It tastes like raisin.
Physically speaking, she hadn't changed very much. Her hair and attire were still pink and lavender, and headbuds were still closed. Her face was sweet as ever.
Her face was sweet as ever, huh?
Her body, on the other hand, sustained the major changes.
Are you going to describe in minutia what she looks like physically at age 17, Void? Or whomever is narrating.
Much worse.
She was 15 by now. Therefore, she matured a lot.
Oh god.
She was almost as tall as Void used to be. Wait, I thought you said she hadn't changed very much.
She was smaller.
Choose! You must make a choice!
I guess 4 feet and a half is taller than 4 feet.
Her physique was well proportioned and slender, and
God damn it!
for the sake of censorship, I'll just leave you imagine the rest.
That's worse! That's even worse! That's even worse!
Okay, I'm convinced that this fic made Sowan a furry.
So,
I almost forgot. She now had a pair of brand new fairy-like wings on her back. The cause of such unexpected gift slipped even her dad's mind.
oh, I know, it's Muberty. Clearly, no one here has ever watched The Star versus the Forces of Evil.
No.
No,
Okay.
Not
Well,
really.
You would have gotten it, and you would have found it funny if you had. Anyway, moving on.
not that he cared about it, since they happened to be very useful. What bothered the male Syrian was another thing, though. His current appearance hadn't changed at all. Oh no. Oh no. We are going into bad, questionable places. His green hair was still leaf-like and pointed. His face was young as ever. Even his height was the same as 15 years ago.
Okay.
Void, have you considered maybe imagining yourself aging? Maybe that's the problem.
Hold on. If you have the power to remain young forever, wouldn't you want to remain young forever?
I mean, yes, I guess there would be a difference. Do I want to be 15 forever, or do I want to be 25 forever?
Yes.
And I guess it would be better if Void aged himself so it wouldn't look so awkward when he's with his daughter.
You know, that's another bit of worrisome detail I was going to bring up. I'm sure we all are aware of the trope of, hey, look at that little girl that looks like a little girl, but oh wait, no, she's not actually a little girl, she's 10,000 years old, so it's okay to lust over her. Of course, I'm being sarcastic, and that is a terrible, terrible thing.
Yeah. In the interview with the vampire, it looks on how much of a hell it is for an 100 years old vampire.
That's where it all started, didn't it? That's that film's fault. It makes too much sense. There was that little girl that was turned into a vampire, and she remained a child forever until she died.
The end.
Well, the end for her, that's for sure.
Put it bluntly, Void had another reason to despise himself. Since he became the guardian of the precious stone, and this world's ruler and god, although he did not refer to himself as a god, he didn't age a single day, while all the others did, while his own daughter did. Was this the price of his current role? Was this another cruel joke the author wanted to throw at him just for making a half-decent story? Was this a further torture he would be forced to endure? Author says yes. Was he just meant to suffer and to make others suffer? The people he loved. The chart says yes. Whatever the reason would have been, there he was, feeling an aching pain of yet another gruesome knowledge on his chest, and resisting the urge of fainting just for not having his daughter worried to death.
So, I'm sorry, does God have panic attacks?
Anxiety?
Anxiety?
Why not?
I mean, Void used to be mortal.
Yes.
Void is, as we said many, many times, a person with a lot of emotional and psychological baggage.
Exactly, that's why he created his own therapist.
I'm not sure that's the healthiest coping mechanism, but what do I know?
Who said anything about health?
Who said anything about this making sense?
Let's just continue, guys.
You tried. And then there still was that other knowledge, which happened to be the main reason of why he didn't let Lumina to come anywhere near the Precious Stone again.
Yeah, they had a talk with the Precious Stone, and as it turns out, it didn't like to be ridden by a child. So, no more gaming time with the Precious Stone.
He put a very big deal of an effort on the smile that was actually crossing his lips. Smile! All for her well-being, the only light left to illuminate his darkened soul.
Boo!
He is Lumina.
Come to think of it, there are a lot of women in Void's life that only exist to prop up his own character arc, whatever it may be.
Women illuminate my dark soul with light.
Yes, pretty much. It is all about him. Quite literally, figuratively, and everything in between.
Oh, boo-hoo, it's not the world revolves around you. Wait.
Daddy, may I ask you something?
Oh god, I'm so happy you're not young anymore. You were so annoying.
The solar young plant girl suddenly said,
What is it, Han?
What is it, hun?
I mean, I suppose that seems inappropriate for a father to call his child Han. That's traditionally reserved for your spouse. I see the problem now. Han in this context is an abbreviation for honey.
Yeah, I know.
Well, in case you didn't know, now you know. You already know. So
Now we can all imagine Lumina as an actual Han about to conquer China.
Meanwhile, I'm just thinking of Void basically dressed like one of those diner ladies going like, "Where is it, hen?" Just getting some burgers grilling.
Well, and now thanks to Icipal, what I am thinking right now is, let's get down to business to defeat the Huns.
Did they send me daughters?
Yes, actually, they did.
For sons.
Yes, that's actually what happened.
But you can before
we're through.
Okay.
Mr. Ah, make a man out of you. We could literally sing the entire song right now.
I mean, we could, but...
Be a man, you must be swift as the coursing river. Be a man.
You do realize I meant for that to basically say, maybe continue with the story.
Be a man.
The mouse is sending the lawyers. Hide.
All right, fair enough.
He replied, still disguising his pain.
Yes, he replied with the entire song.
Why did you let these people to believe such fake things over yourself?
Hold on, is she wearing a bracer?
Genuine and rightful question. Void gently caressed her cheek and simply answered,
Be a man! Because it is their birthright? What?
What he's trying to say is that since they are alive and have free will, they are allowed to think whatever they want.
I know, but still, it's, again, a weird way of phrasing this.
Most certainly, my good sir. And with that said, he hugged her and she kissed him on his own cheek. And then it started raining. For whatever reason, I don't know or care. Fuck this shit!
I wish the last part that you added was part of the text.
Yes, I wish it was too, actually.
Oh.
Unfortunately, we live in an imperfect world.
So, let's all be a man and jump into the next chapter, I suppose.
Be a man.
I mean, it's shorter compared to the last chapter of this, which is longer.
Good. Chapter 5, titled 5. Happy? Are you happy?
So
No.
that means
Acknowledge that.
The chapter is not titled 5, it's titled 5th.
That's not how you
That's not
spell.
how it works.
That's not how you spell fifth, and I hate you. Anyway, one question.
No
Only
more
one?
questions.
Only one? No
No
comment.
more-
He's going to leave the paparazzi behind, get into the limo, drive away. One question. What is the only one thing that can keep people united and strong?
Racism.
Sure. And the answer, a common enemy.
Racism.
I used to like Watchmen, but after seeing what the world became when an actual common enemy emerged in the pandemic, no, a common enemy, the existence of a common enemy will not, in fact, unite us. That's a myth.
But the problem was that that common enemy wasn't big enough that you could shoot it.
Listen, I bet you everything you have that if
Why would you bet
tomorrow-
my things?
tomorrow morning a random alien invasion happens, simultaneous to the zombie apocalypse, I guarantee you that some douchebag wearing a MAGA hat and a QAnon t-shirt and I don't know, Viking paraphernalia will come out and say, "Hey, the alien invasion / zombie apocalypse, it's a liberal hoax, and I will prove it by jumping right into the cross line of fire between the shooting aliens and the munching zombies. This will totally own the libs."
I mean, obviously, those kind of people are called distractions and bait and acceptable targets.
You know what? I like that idea. Let's bring them all together into one place, preferably a Trump rally, and then let's kill them all. Anyway, this is parody. This is parody.
This is a parody of fan-based parody.
In Team Yume, we respect human life.
The tangible, physical presence of an opponent who would menace people's own freedom was the key to resolve, or better, to ignore, one society's problems. Just how the far right likes to employ the immigration card to distract you from the real enemy, which is them.
Ancient Rome taught people well.
It sounds hypocrite, isn't it? It sounds like the type of lies certain politicians would tell in order to achieve more control over the population they rule. On other news, I don't like that Bush, you know. In this case, however, the menace happened to be real. As far as whatever... ... You know the drill by this point. Just like Void's original dimension, Imaginary World was now under attack of a new enemy, all of a sudden, who wanted to reduce everyone, anti-Mobian or anti-human alike, into slaves for his would-be empire. Let me guess. It's going to be Nega Eggman, isn't it?
Probably is.
Anti-Nega Eggman, so... But then there's two negatives, so he would become the plus Eggman.
I despise you. In other words, someone was threatening the very freedom they were living in. The same freedom that caused all those problems in the first place. Then again, a freedom they would fight for. Or at least some of them. I guess. If you see a logical paradox in it, that's just your problem. Where does this condescension come from?
Why does past Madhog have to be so half-assed in his pettiness against humanity?
Because he's trying to sound deep and thoughtful. Emphasis on trying, because that's deep and philosophical, understanding that there is no one true answer.
Well, clearly he's not trying anymore. He's given up here.
Yeah. This is the true magnum opus of nihilism. It's
oh
it's one
boy.
of the pinnacle works.
Oh boy, I sure used to love nihilism.
Well, if you love nihilism so much, then why don't you marry it?
Well, because I don't care about anything. Duh.
There he was. This world's current enemy, aboard his hovering vehicle, with his robotic army ready to attack the city of Anti-Station Square.
Boo!
Since this dimension has evolved in its own way, nobody, especially not Void, could predict the coming of this particular individual.
Why especially not Void? That's the question.
Just continue, I'm loading my gun because I have shots to fire.
No one knew from where he came from. Was he the result of Void's nightmares over a certain rotund dictator he used to know in his own dimension?
I don't think he had a single interaction with Eggman ever.
Or did he just came from another world? Whatever the answer may be, the only thing that mattered was that he was real, just like any other, and his robots were too. He was an egg-shaped human who wore a black golden button uniform, futuristic spectacles on his eyes and goggles, on his clearly bald head. He also had a big pointed nose and thick, long grey mustaches. Great mustaches!
Yes, mustache on top of more mustache.
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 Mustache. Mustache. Mustache. Mustache. Mustache.
He was an egg-shaped human. Oh wait, sorry, I was starting over. Just like Metal Gear Solid. Anyway, and his name was Eggman.
John Cena! Sorry.
Eggman Cena. I mean Eggman Nega.
Eggman Nega. I know this is a real character from a real game, but couldn't you take the Nega part of his name and put it afore Eggman?
Yeah, no.
So it reads Nega Eggman? Nega Eggman would sound much better than Eggman Nega. That's such a mouthful.
Is this some kind of a slight hint that this Eggman Nega is not actually from this dream dimension, but from another one? Because if he was from this dream dimension, he'd be called Nega Eggman instead of Eggman Nega, which means that the dimension he came from was mirror universe for these Void's thoughts.
No, Eggman Nega is literally a character from a real Sonic video game on the Nintendo DS.
Yeah, the Sonic Rush series of games.
Yes. And also Sonic Rush Adventure, don't forget that one.
Uh-huh. How ironic things can be, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right in front of his smirking form stood his opponents. The only three obstacles between him and the creation of his empire, the anti-freedom fighters, were ready for him.
Hold on, if they are anti-freedom fighters, doesn't that make them fascist fighters?
They are not anti-freedom fighters, they are anti, who are also freedom fighters.
I'm not following you.
Welcome to reading this fic.
Fair enough.
Also, I'd like to point out that the greatest military machine in this world that was imagined by a god is a boy band.
You know what? You are reminding me of that one episode from Sonic Boom in which Sonic, Knuckles, and Tails do make a boy band, and it's hysterical. Anyway.
Excuse me, God, you can unthink this guy out of existence any minute now.
Let's use the power of music instead.
Okay, so Nega Eggman's talking here first.
Snooping as usual, I see. Ha! You don't think you can stop me, do you?
He declared, not hinting his utter arrogance. The two-tailed black-haired Vulpine known as Miles Prower grinned.
I thought it was anti-Miles. Oh, whatever.
Actually, we kind of think that, Eggbat!
Great remark there, Tails. 10 out of 10.
Sorry, that was Matti's line, not mine.
Yeah, I was wondering, am I Tails but you're playing the anti-Tails?
I became Tails. I became the stunt actor for Tails when you aren't present.
Now you became the therapist's voice, which turned out to be Tails, and now you're stuck with it.
Oh, all right, you are correct. Excuse me, let me try that again. Actually, we kind of think that, Eggbat!
He countered. Anti-Sonic was on the fox's right side, showing an angry gaze.
Arr, I'm angry, arr. Okay, so this is Anti-Sonic, huh? I'm going to so fucking fuck up your mondo uncool, pathetic excuse for an army and eat your flesh in the process, motherfucker!
He yelled, and meant each and every word he said.
I bet!
This fic just got salvaged.
Okay, honestly, if this was the entire fanfiction, this would have been so much better. I wish it were.
My, relax, my main hedgehog. We're all civilized people after all.
It's funny because Knuckles, as we know him in this saga, was a bit potty-mouthed, and now he's polite. Isn't that hilarious?
Anti-Knuckles added in a rather kind British accent.
Oh boy!
It is pretty funny.
Not as funny as what follows now. Fuck civilization! I want violence!
Oh, I see. So you're Vivian from the Young Ones' way of living. Okay.
Violence! Yeah!
I guess we found who likes to play India in Civilization.
The anti-hedgehog.
Okay.
You need a moment, Madhog?
No, I'm fine.
The anti-hedgehog replied. Both Auntie Knuckles and Miles just sighed. Again, how ironic things can be. They definitely were their original's counterparts. Eggman Nega, however,
I will crush you, insolent pests!
was just the same as the other fat idiot used to be. A comic book villain. Even worse, a rip-off of a comic book villain.
But I thought no one here was another one's rip-off, or whatever it is you said earlier.
One man's rip-off is another man's treasure.
Actually, one man's rip-off is another man's label suit. You can't win!
He kept yelling.
Yes,
we can, motherfucker!
We can. Their collective answer. The voice of an entire nation.
So literally everyone in Mobius or anti-Mobius or whatever just comes out of their windows and yells, yes, we can! And then Eggman Nega, no, you can't! Yes, we can! No!
The robot attacked, and one by one, they were all crushed.
Fuck robots!
I guess Void's imagination trumps the bots.
Let's not think too hard about this. We're having fun.
Okay. They fell under Miles's tail's lashes and aerial kicks. They fell under Anti-Knuckles' huge fists. Hiya! My shooter. They fell
So
under
polite.
Anti-Sonic's will to destroy.
Yeah! Violence, baby!
How could they do that? How could they oppose an army for full-armed, heavy-armored, metallic soldiers like that? How could they possibly be that strong? Even against Metal Gear. It was impossible. Logically speaking.
It's chaos, baby.
Fuck chaos!
After a while, the senseless massacre of innocent, mindless robotic slaves, Eggman Nega was able to catch the drift and hastily retried from the battlefield.
Maybe. Okay, Eggman, this is game over. Do you want to try again? Insert quarter into the coin slot.
Retried from the battlefield with his own Eggmobile, uttering threats of revenge towards his adversaries in the process.
Oh, come on, Eggman Nega. Don't be such a sore loser. You'll do better in the next game of Civilization.
The jerk.
So, I like this. One sentence, you have the narrator really bringing up the menace of the robots, that they should not be defeated so easily. And then literally the next sentence, oh well, senseless, innocent, mindless robotic slaves. Done.
I mean, I do appreciate these fixed attempts at comedy.
I mean, this has been the most entertaining and actually funny part of this entire spin-off.
Fuck civilization! I want violence! Is now etched into my mind forever. It's great.
I got that on a t-shirt.
Fuck civilization, I want civilizance!
Fuck civilization! Tropico is better!
Well, it seems we've won, old chaps. The anti-echidna politely stated.
Fuck yeah! Anti-Mobius! Fuck yeah! Coming down, save the motherfucking day!
Battle cried the anti-hedgehog.
Oh.
Hey, dudes, how about a reward, if you know what I'm saying?
Tails, do you want to have sex with the boys? I mean, good for you.
Playing
Rose
the
before
ball.
hose, right? Said the heroic anti-kitsune, while showing the others his personal self-made bog.
Tails, there is a time and place for it. Sonic is looking at Tails' personal self-made bong and goes, "Fuck yeah!
Cowabunga!
Fuck yeah! I want that bong!"
The other two yelled at unison, apparently.
Cowabunga, motherfuckers!
On the distance, the world's god observed the three of them with a hint of amusement on his face.
He's eating popcorn, I bet.
Even though they were so different from his memories, they were still the heroes he thought of them to be. Certain things never change, no matter the timelines or spaces.
So, hold on. Let us zoom out of this a little bit and just look at the bigger picture here. These are alternative universe versions of Tails, Sonic, and Knuckles, which appear to be legitimately much more fun and entertaining than ever before. On top of that, they don't just fight crime or evil. On top of that, they are also in a band together. I would legitimately read this comic. I wish this was real. I wish this was the story, not whatever it is that's surrounding this one spotlight, this one light into the darkness.
This has very little to do what was previously established.
This whole thing kind of gives me Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle vibes for some reason.
But I can get behind this reboot of Sonic Underground.
Sonic Underground. Fuck yeah!
Sonic Underground!
I definitely would have a copy of their platinum album, Fuck Civilization. I want violence.
That was the further confirmation of what he already knew. He wasn't needed anymore. This world didn't need a god. This world was on its own. It had its problems, but it also had its problem solvers.
Sure.
Idealistically speaking, it was all in the hands of its chaotic balance. The endless possibilities of life.
This
is my escape. This
totally sounds like a Kojima dialogue if I've ever heard one.
Endless possibility.
Life always finds a way.
The same chaos he was a part of, the same chaos his being was made of, the unbalanced balance that made him a whole being who could feel and dream, just as anyone else.
It's your favorite line, Devar, the unbalanced balance.
The oxymoron.
And then Sonic comes in, fuck balance, I want violence!
Yes, and he intentionally puts vi instead of ba, so that it becomes violence.
I don't get it.
Violence, balance, it sounds similar, so you put the violence.
Just let it go.
Oh, come on, it was funny!
No, I'm sorry, you just killed the mood right now.
The problem wasn't the joke itself, it was the timing, because we have just experienced probably the only funny part of this fix, so...
Well, I would argue that the problem was also the joke itself.
Anyway.
Yeah, but we know your sense of humor.
Anyway, where was I now?
It's been a while now.
It's been a while now since he first had this idea. The idea of just leaving this dimension and coming back home. Being a deadbeat dad, you know.
But isn't your home that dimension, since you created it all with the graveyard and your wife in crystal and everything? Wait, where are we?
His own homeworld, his own people, his own family. Returning to his father, to his mother, along with the light of his life, his daughter, Lumina. He sighed. He knew it would be hard for her to just abandon all of her friends, not to mention her mother, But Void knew in the very bottom of his would-be-filled emptiness that he was the right thing to do for her.
That was the right thing to do. I guess he is the right thing to do for her now.
What's with the Freudian sleep, Devar?
Okay.
Give me a break, I'm tired, okay?
So, Void, I hate to question your methods, but what would be the logistic behind bringing your daughter with you into the real world when she is part of the dream that you created? How would you even go about it? This isn't like taking the girls from Townsville to Citiesville and back to Townsville again.
He just needs to think about it.
He has done nothing but thinking!
Yeah, and that created an entire world that can now self-perpetuate, continue on its own.
Yes, I guess. But what
In fact, why don't he just bring the entire world that he created into the real world?
Overpopulation?
Okay. In order to protect her from herself, Void gave one last look at the free heroes not so distant from where he was at the moment, and smiled.
Yes, they were all smoking Tails' self-made bong as we speak. It's all up to you now. Protect this bong, I mean protect this world. Oh, chosen by chaos.
And then he just disappeared. And then it started raining again.
And then Snake interjects with, "Well, that's all well and good, Colonel, but how does this help me against the Metal Gear?"
I mean, you just heard Antisonic say, "Fuck robots."
Oh, kids, fuck civilization! I want violence! And the show is cancelled.
Was this chapter supposed to be symbolism for when author has created a story, they can let it live its own life when it's continued by fanfic writers or something?
Well, funny you should say that, because that's almost what happens with my fictional universe and other writers who decided to draw inspiration from it. So I believe it is fair to say that last chapter really knocked the wind out of us in all the best possible ways. It almost feels as if it's a completely different fanfiction from those initial 3 chapters we had the misfortune to endure. I'm counting the first 3 chapters from the last session. Already the 4th chapter felt a little bit different with the therapeutic segment. And then chapter 5 just really knocked it out of the park, even if by accident.
Yeah.
So I, for one, am glad that we continued reading this, because you never know what kind of inanity and or insanity you might fumble upon as you go through my fanfiction backlog. Unfortunately, we have to call it a night because of the aforementioned wind knocking that we all experienced, and it's getting quite late. So we will finish up this story with its 6th and final chapter on the next iteration of Dramatis Lectio. Once again, with feeling, thank you for joining us. I have been Madhog, thy master.
I've been Devakron.
Hedonistic actor.
And I've been Icipal.
And I'm Antisonic! Fuck civilization!
I think you need some therapy, Antisonic.
I say, I think we could just do it a nice sit down, don't you think?
Hey, Tails, pass me that bong! Cowabunga!
Don't worry, guys. I have bongs for days.
I feel bonged up already.
Somebody needs to put us out of our misery. So, good night, everybody.
Take care.
Bye.
And remember, Sonic says, fuck the police.
Coffee is not for me. It's a drink some people wake up with, that it makes them nervous is no myth. Slaves to a coffee cup can't give coffee up.
And that goes in the archive forever. Thank you for that.
Keep spending most our lives living in a gangster's paradise. Been spending most our lives living in a gangster's paradise. We keep spending most our lives living in a gangster's paradise. We keep spending most our lives living in a gangster's paradise.
Not much happened.
It doesn't always need to happen something. This is often a stream of consciousness piece.
Oh yes, look at me, I'm writing a Ulysses over here.
I haven't read that, but I've heard it's legendary.
Hey, watch where you're going, I'm writing over here.
Then it comes to be that the soothing light at the end of your tunnel
Okay.
was just a freight train coming your way.
Sure, okay, so let us rein in for a little bit.
Yes, because at the end of the chapter 5, it started raining. Again.
It's really symbolic.
I would like, before we begin this chapter, I would like to say one thing. In preparation of the madness that is going to ensue from this chapter, I decided, because of how stupid this entire thing is, and it's all a farce, I brought cider with me this week.
Yay.
And if I read something so stupid, so maddening, I'm going to take a swig or a sip of this cider as we go along.
So every time we hit a narrative snag, a thematic brick wall, a blathering nonsense, you're going to take a swig, huh?
Yep, of mixed brew tropical cider.
That sounds delicious.
Devar,
Yes.
I hope you bought extra, because you are going to need it.
Okay, Icipal, I'm going to have to ask you to rescend from that voice of yours and just come back to us with your normal speaking voice.
I think we should probably begin,
Hold on, introductions are in order. I am Madhog, thy master, etc., etc. This guy on my left, I think it's on my left, I don't know. Icipal. Hi,
Actually,
Icipal.
you are at the bottom.
No, you are the bottom. How dare you?
You are below me, everyone else is above us, so you are the bottom.
Oh, geographically, I get you. Okay,
no,
yes.
I think he means in the Discord listing for some reason.
What else would I have been meaning?
Anyway, here's our power bottom, the Varg.
Oh no, I'm the top in this list.
Oh no! The world is upside down. And then there's Matti.
Do we even need to be introduced, considering this the sixth last chapter, and surely they would know by now if
there is always the possibility that some new viewer who doesn't know how to use YouTube might fumble upon this and ask themselves, who are these free clowns? I want to call the police on them. Well, now you know.
Who did you not count?
I said, who are these clowns?
You said 3 clowns.
You must have misheard me.
No, we heard 3. We listened to the recording. We heard 3.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not a copy, guys.
So to new viewers, this is the last chapter of this tale. So if you want to start from the beginning in Madhog's channel, there's the...
Okay, so all of these chapters, all of these readings are put in their own playlists. This one belongs into the Tales spin-off playlist, and cards are abound in this video. You can click on them. There are going to be links at the end of the video as well, so you cannot miss it.
You have reached the end of this cassette. Turn it around and you don't need to have to rewind it.
Wow, gee, okay, Boomer.
Oh my, that's a blast from the past.
Takes me back.
I'm sure it
Listening to Spice Girls on my Walkman.
Spice Girls?
Yes.
I'm going to judge you for that harshly.
I just listened to those Disney movie things from the C cassettes.
Oh, you mean those sing-along video cassettes? I hated them.
No, those audio. The movies are told in audio form.
The ones which come with the C cassette and the booklet.
Hey, speaking of which, remember those very small tapes that you put in small tape players? And you listen to Sergei Prokofiev's Peter and the Wolf.
No.
Oh, that's a very specific experience to my generation. Okay, well, in general, remember small tapes, small music tapes.
Okay, so everyone, welcome to the final chapter of Il-Lumina-ted.
Which is a pun, a very stupid pun, because there is a name within this whole word that happens to be the name, in fact, of one of the characters in this story, and it's ideally the character that's the centerpiece of the narrative, but A, there isn't really a narrative for us to speak about, B, even if there were a narrative, she really isn't the center focus, is she?
Nope.
No, it's all about Void.
She's barely been in the story, honestly.
Yes.
Well, maybe it's how her absence is affecting to Void.
No.
That while she's not the character per se, her presence or the lack of thereof in his life can be felt everywhere, and it's kind of a thematic...
Well, it is about him being a father and being conflicted about whether this all fatherhood thing is for him, basically. So if you happen to fumble upon this video, and if you are one of the 12 people who actually watch this entire series that I am making, despite not being algorithm friendly, then you should go back to the beginning. And when I say the beginning, I don't mean just the beginning of this story. I don't mean the beginning of the story that comes before this, or before that, or before that. I mean the very, 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 very beginning of it all, which was my Tales saga, which has been completed, and it has its own playlist, and the reason why I'm plugging that is because to this day I believe it's one of our best collective works. It was a lot of material that we went through, that we read, that we ref, that we pissed on, if you will, that we commented on, discussed in more euphemistical terms. And
long ago in a distant past,
that's
you, Madhog thy master of empty euphemisms, created unspeakable evil. But a group of internet personalities wielding their sharp tongues step forward to rip it apart.
That's basically the format, the shtick, the premise of this entire show, Dramatis Lectio.
A person through nature can be seen from how they react to their failures.
Well, I took my writing failures, my terrible fanfictions from years past, and put them on display for my friends to take their wiener on and piss on it, metaphorically speaking.
By the way...
It's a comedy show, that's the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah, by the way, is the title of this week is Enlightened?
No, it's a pun, because Lumina...
I literally explained it not too long ago, Matti. I explained it at the beginning of it. I explained it now. Matti.
Yeah, I was wondering without the pun angle.
My gosh, Matti. Are you there, Matti? Are you with us, Matti? Are you too tired to do this, Matti?
No.
Okay. Yes,
Okay,
I can tell.
So I think we should probably begin this because now we're on 6. Chapter 6.
You know, it wasn't funny then, and it's still not funny now how you keep hampering how much I don't use titles for my chapters. And while we're at it, this is still less confusing than Kingdom Hearts. Suddenly, I realized something. I hate Kingdom Hearts. Or at least think I did.
Oh, you think you like it instead? Okay.
Stop flip-flopping and make up your damn mind.
Hey, I'm a tsundere Madhog, remember? Baka?
You know, Dream Drop Distance kind of turned me around.
No! That's one of the worst ones! Even fans will agree. Ever since I've started this...
Okay, I took a sip because of that line.
Okay, well... We haven't even started yet, so that's...
The counter, kids.
Ding! Okay, Icipal, you are in charge of the cider counter.
Yes. A sip count.
The cider counter sounds better, doesn't it?
Let's just continue on.
Ever since I've started this story, I had no idea where I was going with it.
No shit.
I could
Anti-Sherlock.
I don't know why, but I think I could see that.
Ellipsis. Not that I cared about it. Ellipsis.
Oh, don't be thunder to your own story.
Baka! I just let my hand to write and my mind to wander.
Wait, are we talking to the void or the author?
This is that particular paragraph in the chapter that is actually glorified author's notes. Remember that.
I re-established my question. Are we talking to the void or the author?
Author.
Does it even matter?
I mean...
No one has any idea.
That's not completely off that last sentence, because one of the writing advices is that write the first draft with your heart and the second draft with your mind, or something.
I tried that. I tried that with my first fantasy novel. Didn't go so well.
Well, that's why you have editors and rewrites. So many rewrites.
I know, that's what I'm in the process of doing, but I still can't figure it out. Anyway, let's continue.
I pretended to ignore all the inevitable fundamental themes that crossed my path. Oh, so I wrote a story without a goal, without a structure, without really anything in mind for it, with no themes and no theming, and here we are. I guess.
Yep, here we are, and I'm taking a sip.
This is a more efficient recap than I could have ever hoped. That's the story in a nutshell.
That's an interesting idea. Let's see where this story goes when I write it.
I mean, as far as my personal experience goes, that is the writing process. First, you write words, you let your hand guide you, and your mind wander over yonder, if you will. Then you have to edit the thing, the abhorrent, abysmal, gormless beast that you created into something that's palatable for a human to read. And I forgot to do the second part when I wrote my stories.
When I write, I've realized it's very useful to start by creating pretty much a bullet point list of okay, basically this and this and this and this happen. This is important. This here, this character here. Pretty much just have the very rough version of what is going to happen in the story. And then, okay, I have the blocks here. Now, how do I tie them together?
That's a perfectly valid method to create your narrative. Not everybody likes that. Some people like it more freeform and then go back to make it make sense later or rewrite it in its entirety.
Yeah, basically.
So it's the Bleach way of doing it. Draw a cool thing and then write a story around it.
It has to be said that when I say writing, I mean conclusive stories that are meant to end not after 20 or 15 years.
Yeah, basically my writing process for
old Energy Core of Power comic was, this is the thing that I want in this issue to happen. How it gets there is irrelevant.
Energy Core of Power and Tail Saga have all the time been a metaphor, a conflict between order and chaos in their writing processes. It all makes sense now. It was planned from the beginning. Or was it?
I see, pal.
Who knows?
What? We sort of came to that realization various sessions ago, come to think of it. And also, Matti, to add to your comment, insert Game of Thrones or Lost or Homestuck joke here. There. The subtle difference between reality and dream. Look at this David Lynch mofo over here, which it seems to always be relative. The gruesome possibility of our own non-existence. You know what? This is such blathering nonsense that I might as well read it with this voice. Which can be easily defied by the fact that we can naturally think, or believe to think, about such thing, which makes us living beings. Cognito ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. The all re-evaluation of the creationist theories through the analysis of an imperfect God.
Jesus Christ, Jehovah's Witnesses aren't this aggressive about their beliefs.
Oh my goodness, no.
And then, chaos itself. What makes our own world a whole and what makes us whole with our emotions, our inner chaos. All these themes did manage to bring me to one possible truth about existence itself, which, to my utter dismay, happened to be extremely philosophical and baffling.
Just because you use big words and put them in some sort of coherent form doesn't make you anything philosophical. It just makes you sound...
baffling?
That too. And just make you sound like you are trying too hard to sound smart.
Welcome to fanfiction writing for 80% of everybody who ever wrote fanfiction.
Yep.
Now, before I eventually go and expose this theory, yes, in my 30 hours long video debunking this theory, which I still haven't decided whether to believe it or not, I want you to know that this is, by absolutely no means, the great answer. But only just one of the possible/impossible ones that could very well come around along with all the other various religions and philosophies already known by man. Therefore, one should be free to choose whether or not considering such theory as truthful. Did I ever tell you about that time in which I founded a cult, guys?
I'm just gonna take a drink here because that was just I draw the line at egomaniac who thinks his, brain and his views are like somehow more deeper and meaningful than anybody on the planet. So bottoms up.
Well, you see, I am by no means providing the great answer, just one of the many possible answers to go along with whatever other religion or philosophy you might have come up with. I'm just adding to the mix. I'm not that egomaniacal, am I?
For a moment I thought you were continuing reading the fic.
I was about to say, it sounded like he was just rewording what he just wrote.
If there is something that's much, much, much worse than pretentious egomania, is pretentious egomania masquerading as humility. It's what we in the business call humble bragging. And there is nothing worse than that. Darren Aronofsky is definitely on my black book, as of late. After all the paradoxes I've tried so desperately to ignore, yeah, sure, most of them referred to the effective existence of this world and its inhabitants as real beings and not illusions or dreams. I think I've finally found the perfect solution to finally get rid of all these doubts. Yes, at least for the sake of this story. My theory
you are going to think them out of existence because you thought everything into existence. Therefore, it is thought that they are now real. So you can just make them unreal by thinking them to not exist.
I will not be taking questions at this moment. My theory is that, and this is a good one, imaginary world did come out from someone else's dreams and thoughts, just like any other dimensions did. All the chaos energy spread all over the universe is, in reality, pure concentrated thoughts, ready to be modeled into something solid and lively thanks to proper devices, god gems perhaps, which happen to be the very heart and soul of the world they would create out of those thoughts. In other words, each and every dimensions was a living being by its own, who had been created by someone else's mind, and that had other whole beings living inside of it. Those living beings would dream and think of their own. This is what Scientology really believes. And they would have a mind, a soul, and therefore the ability to feel. And their own inner chaos would somehow spread and recreate it itself as another dimension. Somehow. Some way.
Devar?
Yes.
I am questioning this new intro you have for your Call of Cthulhu campaign.
No, I wasn't going to say that. I was actually going to say something along the lines of must resist, referencing controversial person that's recent that had a dumb theory similar to this.
Honestly, my only comment to this was going to be aliens, man. It has that energy, doesn't it?
Yeah, it certainly does.
By the way, are you following all of this?
I'm just basically taking cider into my system right now.
Okay, Devar, how many sips are we right now?
Let's see. I got through like 5 sips so far.
Oh, already? Jeez!
You need to tell me about this thing so that I can keep the chart up.
So
I did mention them, but you seem to miss it.
You've mentioned 3 sips thus far.
I'm sure you are familiar with that one It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia meme with Charlie obsessive and paranoid over that board full of conspiracy theory strings and notes and all that. Yes, that is the energy that this paragraph conveys to me. Perhaps it sounds confusing, but it's very simple actually if you're not an idiot. Instead,
that's what we know about Kingdom Hearts, yes.
And emotions.
This is the story.
Well, actually, this feels a bit like a Kingdom Hearts logic, because our thoughts and emotions creates new worlds, just like a god would do. And in essence, we all are just like that. As long as we would have an imagination and the very precious ability to feel our feelings. God gems like the Master Emerald or the Precious Stone could very well be the devices. Or
Wait, I thought they were the same.
No, they were never the same.
They're different.
Yes, the Precious Stone operates in the dream world. The Master Emerald operates in the stupid world. Or the pulsing arts and brains, if you will, that basically keep a dimension alive. Since just like any living being, it needed a heart in order to alive. I love how I spent the last 5, 4, 10 sentences essentially circling around the same point over and over and over again without ever moving on.
Yeah.
It needed a heart in order to be alive, and a brain, and a pinky and the brain, pinky and the brain, in order to appreciate such gift, a heart and a brain, in order to keep his inner chaos balanced, to think, to feel, to be whole.
Oh no, the marker from Dead Space is asking us to make it whole again. We must leave.
Just like any living thinking being, just like us.
Just like us. Just like us.
I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in joining your necromorph cult.
Are you sure you don't want to be a member?
Now.
So, in the end, what has been Void's role in the evolutionary process that led this land into what it is today? Simple, he says. He just accelerated the process by playing God. So what it would normally have taken thousands or even millions of years for a normal world to evolve into today's society, it only took 15 years, thanks to the Sidrian's mind and his influence over the Precious Stone. I believe this is me trying to find a common ground between the evolutionary theory and the creationist one.
Well, this was meant to be a re-evolution of the creationist theories through the analysis of an imperfect God.
Ah, he's paying attention, folks. You get an A.
Sorry, in Finland we use 4 to 10 system.
Okay, well, fair enough. You get a 10 then, you pedantic douche nozzle. Just, you can't be happy, ever.
I wish I could. But life is suffering.
Oh god, that reminds me of the time in my school years where basically not only did you get a number, but you also got a letter. So you could like get a 5B or something, and they would mean something different based on context of your work.
That sounds unnecessarily complicated.
It does, doesn't it? But then again, it's the British Empire.
Your handwriting sucked, but the story was good.
Yeah, pretty much.
To be fair, handwriting is important.
Yes. Remember the form. Always remember the form. Anyway,
Okay,
never begin a sentence with suddenly. By the way, I would like to point out that we have the usual amount of ellipses in this paragraph.
All the ellipses that you could ever want.
Basically, almost every sentence, instead of a period, it has ellipses to end it. And sometimes ellipses are even a substitution for a simple comma.
Maybe
Amazing.
it's a symbolicon out how the author stops to think what they're going to write next.
Clearly, I'm putting a lot of thought into this bollocks. As a result of his actions, most of the current inhabitants looked almost like other people from other dimensions. Maybe that's the reason of why existed. The reason of why existed dimensional counterparts. This could use a bit of restructuring, I'd say. Because of a once individual's specific memories. This one too. Then again, that topic it's not really important, and I shall gladly dismiss it. Oh,
I'm
wow.
gonna drink for that.
Oh, wow.
Did you bring it up?
You brought it up only to say it's not important. What a waste of time.
I would have a drink on behalf of the dead grammar as well.
As you wish, Mr. Not Important.
That's 6 sips now.
Yep, I've been keeping tag.
So, if this was the truth, if we are made of dreams, live inside dreams, and have dreams of our own that would create other dreams as well. You can tell Klonoa was having a really deep effect on me. And dreams are the very essence of chaos itself, and its endless possibilities.
So
I think for the sake of everyone, these possibilities need to be pruned. This dimension goes, and this dimension goes.
Okay, so apparently, if you dream, that means does the person that you dream of also dream?
Yes, it's called Dreamception.
Let's actually make a mind-bending question here. If you dream and you meet somebody, and they also dream of your world, who was the one that started the dream?
Cthulhu. That's the practical answer. Okay.
Dino Crisis was a nice game.
Then, ellipsis, who apostrophe S been the very first one to ever dream? Oh, there's the question there. And therefore, the original creator of everything. There actually were a creator or not. There actually were a creator or not question mark. Devara, would you mind taking a sip for that?
Yes, I was gonna sip that. I'll sip to that.
Are we just the fictional characters from a fictional multiverse that some derailed author created? Are we all characters in a fanfiction written by God?
Well, if we are, then oh boy, they write a boring fanfiction.
Or are we just simply spiraling recalls of self-deprecating DNA?
Actually, come to think of it, if God was a terrible, self-centered, teenage angsty writer, the universe was a fanfiction, and us living in it were characters inside this horrible, angsty, violent, degenerate fanfiction, it would make too much sense.
I mean, if everything was created by an author, does that mean that the creations themselves can self-propagate and fill in the blanks that the author doesn't create? Or is it that the author has to create every single person on this wide world and write their backstories, personalities, and such?
We at Team Yume ask the real questions. And so, with these brand new doubts, which happen to be the same as the old ones, all this rather would-be rational reasoning inevitably goes wasted like the var.
What does he mean inevitably?
Inevitably goes wasted.
Yeah, what does he mean inevitably? It has been going.
It's going to continue going, I guess. And once again, I, simple human being, hi simple human being, I'm dead, have failed to understand things. And once again, Here I am, humble bragging. I feel just fine with that, because I know that I don't know. Oh God, and I will go on with my life alongside this knowledge. And I will always question my beliefs, or would-be beliefs, just for reminding myself. What?
So Madhog, how has that been working out for you?
Well, I have forgotten that this fanfiction existed up until recently, so, well, I suppose. That I can think on my own, or at least I chose to believe I can. In other words, and this is the focal point, the arrival point, the end goal, if you will, the finish line of all this reasoning. Who cares? Who cares?
Congratulations!
Dun 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 dun. Who cares?
Congratulations, it's a new record.
It's a new Academy record. How are we with the sips, Devar?
I'm just above the halfway point of this bottle.
Wow. Okay. This paragraph isn't even over yet. Oh, so now we have a dialogue exchange, as it was the style at the time. Sometimes,
someone you know.
Sometimes the author just decides to start talking with one of the characters in the story for no real reason. And I don't know who's this guy or girl.
I know, because I read ahead.
Oh, Oh, of course, who else could it possibly freaking be? So, you've just realized something you already knew. Not to know. Congratulations.
Hey, stop stealing my lines.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Matti, are you going to congratulate me?
Onneksi olkoon.
Oh, thank you. Fang, why am I not surprised to see you now? Maybe because I'm part of you. Or maybe it's the other way around. Or maybe we are both deluding ourselves somehow. Or maybe we had too much to drink, right, Devar?
Oh no, I could probably go for another 2 bottles.
But if Fang isn't an original character, is he really part of you?
Haven't you ever had an imaginary friend that was based off a TV character or something?
Yes.
No.
Well, well, there you go. Will you come to the point? Will you come all over the point? Just spread it. And everybody came. Oh, God.
And I mean, if it was Silver and not Fang, this would be a very different story.
The Gene Spreader!
The return of the Gene Spreader.
It's the worst Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles porn spoof, I have to say. Didn't you have a story to write? Because it seems to me that all you've done so far was blubbering over hopeless philosophical / pseudo-theological concepts. Don't call me out like that, jeez.
You know, it's very scary when Fang is the voice of reason.
I think I might be having an episode here. I couldn't help myself. I'm sorry. I wanted to find a reason. So give me reason. Give me reason.
I can give you reason, but I can give you raisins.
Give me raisins. If not for existence itself, which is impossible, at least for justify this story's this story's life. Boy, howdy. Okay. I'll answer this sentence in the same way you used to answer your own questions. Who cares? Who cares about a reason? I'm willing to believe, and therefore I could be wrong, that your readers are more interested in exploiting the characters' personal tragedies instead of the rationality of the story itself. You know what? You would be right about that. So, here's my question. Will you just finish this story for its own good?
Yes, get the shotgun, please.
Yes, finish it! Finish it! Why do you always have to be the master of life kind of guy? I am still not clear what this master of life business is all about. I guess I'm thinking about old Jedi masters. Maybe. Life guru? Life coach?
Yeah.
Life consultant? Life accountant? I don't know. Pick one. Perhaps I am. Perhaps I'm not. Guess what? I still have to decide it.
Because I am Fang, the life connoisseur.
The life connoisseur. That's a good one. I like it. Whatever. Here's the last chapter. Enjoy. And now the chapter actually begins. Thank you! After all that preamble. Ooh, boy.
You know, just because you point out that your story is pseudo-theological blabbering doesn't hide the fact that your story is pseudo-theological blabbering.
I know. It's called Michael Bay logic.
It's called psychology of some description.
It's called writing fanfiction. It all amounts to the fact that some guy, when he was younger, wrote a bad fanfiction and couldn't stop riding off the smell of his own farts.
Some of us like to write fanfictions thinking that we're deeper than we actually are, and some others, like myself, just want to basically just write romance for some reason.
I mean, there's nothing wrong about self-deprecating per se, but...
Well, this was self-aggrandizing, if nothing else.
Text break here, so...
Devar?
Yes?
Your turn.
It's Lumina and Void, by the way.
No, it's Void and Precious Stone.
Yes, Void is talking to the Precious Stone. The Precious Stone has a voice.
Who is the voice of the Precious Stone again?
I don't know.
Before? I don't think it has talked before.
No, it didn't. We had the character of Il-Lumina, I think, which was the guardian of the Precious Stone.
But that is different character from the Precious Stone itself.
I think. The Precious Stone is a god gem, as we established, and we have never heard it talk, so Matti, would you like to voice this gem?
Okay.
Do your best Ukko Ylijumala voice.
Are you sure of that?
Void nodded.
Very well. It's your decision, and quite frankly, it's what you deserve for the magnificent job you've done as my guardian. I thank you for that.
Are you sure about that?
You couldn't sound more sarcastic, even if you tried.
You sure about that?
I mean, technically speaking, he has done a good job since no one has been gotten to the Precious Stone to try to steal it or break it.
Well, I guess he's better than Knuckles at this whole I must guard this oversized gem for the rest of my life duty.
Stop killing people with faint praise, Madhog.
I remember when Danton wrote a fanfiction that is now lost to time, and he had one gag where somebody basically said to Knuckles, "You like the Master Emerald so much, why don't you give it a kiss every night, good night?" And then he replies with, "What's wrong with that?"
Well, that's funny, first of all. Second of all, I am glad to learn that Danton too wrote Sonic fanfictions.
he made only one fanfiction, and
he never created anything again.
He did try to create a sequel, but then it got lost because of computer broke down and lost the files to the sequel. So, and sadly, due to the position of where the fanfiction was posted, it is now completely lost to time because it was on one of those GeoCities Sonic forum sites.
Oh wow, that's a long time ago.
Yep.
I thank you for Lumina. Having sex with you was the best decision of my life.
Don't remind me.
Precious. When did Void become Dave from Satina? That's great. Thank you for Lumina, Precious Stone.
Void countered. The god gem glowed in seemingly pleasure. Oh no!
Oh no, he's remembering all those times Lumina rode him.
Oh my gosh, this is the best. This is so good. I love it. I love when our jokes come together with the aid of the text.
I didn't do anything, Void. I just gave her a physical
You did all the work, Void.
Your soulmate, on the other hand.
Are you kidding me? Are you trying to tell me that technically, the Precious Stone is the mother/father, and Void is somehow also has DNA involved, but now Blaze also has DNA involved with Lumina? So that
honestly,
there's a freeway DNA thing going on here?
Honestly, what does this tell to me is that the gem was the bottom of the relationship.
Okay, I think I've got it. Void is the dad, Blaze is the mom.
I'm drinking.
And Precious Stone was the artificial womb.
I guess if you want to be literal about it, then yes.
So, wait, does Void need Precious Stone to create something, or what?
Okay, so as we made it abundantly clear several times, also that But most importantly, to the context at hand, the reason why Void was able to give mental birth to an entire universe was because he had the Precious Stone to enable him to do that.
Okay.
The Precious Stone's power essentially is a conduit for someone's own dreams to turn into a reality.
So yeah, the Precious Stone basically birthed the entire universe. Got it?
Yes, that's one way of putting it.
It's going like, push, Precious Stone, push!
Okay,
I can see the nebula!
We only have 7 billion more children to...
You will be nothing without me.
Oh god, I can see the planet! Okay. Void just frowned. That was still a painful argument for him.
A bit of kinky play, I see. I have this mental image in my head of the Precious Stone wearing dominatrix garb somehow, whipping the boy.
Oh no, now I have it too. Ew.
The big inanimated object, wearing the dom hat, the tight garments, and it's just whipping even though it has no hands. It's hysterical. The boots...
That's right, Void. Think of what you want for Daddy. What do you dream?
The sad part is that I have that image too, and all I can think of it is meh.
If anyone had an erection, that's definitely God.
I think it's inherently funny as a mental image.
Yeah, it's more funny than it is anything else. But then again, if you're into inanimate objects as a kink, then yeah.
Well, blow-up dolls are inanimate objects, so who am I to kink shame?
Anime figures too.
Anime pillow.
That is why couple shipping is a thing.
When you get down to it, worshipping idols is basically simping for some anime statuine.
I mean, that makes sense considering a woman married the Eiffel Tower.
I hope they're happy together. Can you imagine the honeymoon with the Eiffel Tower?
I guess the woman will have to be climbing all over him.
Oh man, when did this become this?
Okay, let me continue. As if on cue, a very familiar pain started its pulsing dance on Void's chest. Oh, it's getting to that point, huh?
It was that day that Void's heart grew 3 sizes that day.
And he died. If it wasn't for the reassuring and powerful presence of the giant purple stone, he wouldn't even be able to breathe.
No, to breath, apparently.
I now read this line just because I'm feeling a bit, it's kind of a little tiny bit tipsy.
Oh no.
It kind of comes off as like one of those, romance saucy female books they would read, where they don't say the name of the genitalia, they just give it fancy dialogue. She gripped his purple.
You mean like a Chuck Tingle book?
You mean like
alcohol
Fanfiction?
turns you horny?
Not horny, no. Just
It just opens the floodgates.
just excitable giddiness, I would say.
Devar, what's the count?
I don't know. I lost count.
Oh no!
According to my count, it's 8.
Let's
Okay.
go with that.
Okay, let's just go with that. I'm still not even close to finishing this thing yet. Okay. The precious stone have done so much for him. It has been a counselor and a friend. Most of all, it was thanks to its spontaneous doing that his own daughter was alive. A thing we'll always be grateful for.
Uh-huh.
Okay, I wish I saw the counselor part.
The counselor part raises so many questions.
Still, there's this knowledge, this gruesome revelation about the connection between his sleeping princess and Lumina. Something he'd already even knew before the stone itself told him about it. Over A decade ago.
And how come it's a gruesome revelation if you already knew about it? Everyone knew about it from the very beginning as Lumina appeared.
Yes, we all know how she came to be.
I just proceeded to pour a little bit of alcohol down my corpus, as my significant other would call it.
Corpus sounds sexy.
Yeah, that's a silly way of putting it, because you see, I don't actually like to touch my lips to the tip of the bottle. I basically just hover it over where I have my open mouth and just pour it in.
Living on the edge way of drinking. I do that as well. Actually.
Just drink from a glass?
Like a loser?
I mean, I could if I wanted to
Like
wash afterwards.
Like a sophisticated as hell guy.
I do have a chalice for such occasions, but...
Oh, he has a chalice! Look at this posh British guy with a chalice. Look at me.
That snob. He has a chalice.
What is a man? A miserable little pile of secrets.
I'm just going to continue reading, guys.
Okay. A chalice.
Something so disfiguring that he had forced himself not to believe in it. For his own sake. And for the sake of his child.
What?
Along with the aching pain in his torso. Another emotion made its physical way in the Cedrian's body language.
Okay, well, Discord really did not like you when you said fear, apparently. I guess it's afraid. And now it cut off the F in fear, so all I heard was ear.
Fear?
Okay, now it's perfect, but this was a pretty funny exchange. I will keep it all in.
He feared that one day his daughter would eventually find out the truth about her mother and herself.
Which truth is that? That the precious stone was the artificial womb?
No, it is something that we are yet to find out, apparently.
And he knew that such a horrifying knowledge would very well destroy her, kill her from the inside. And worst of all, she would lose her light and become just like him. A lifeless void, consumed by grief and sorrow.
Okay, so despite how silly all of this sounds, because it does sound very silly, to put it mildly, the idea here at play is that Void doesn't want the same trauma that affected him and made him what he is today to ruin his daughter's life the same way his life was ruined.
Is she going to be raised by an evil megalomaniac with dreams of global conquest?
No, but he is afraid, obviously, to transmit to her the same issues that he has onto her. Which is a legitimate fear that some parents do have when they had an abusive life themselves, and they are aware that they had an abusive life, and they try to do better for their children.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So once again, the defining argument of this entire enterprise is that if this were to be in the hands of a capable writer who knew what he was talking about, this could have been decent.
He won't allow that to happen. He would carry such sufferance all by himself, and all because he loved his daughter, because in the end, she's been the only thing that kept his soul intact, that kept him alive, that kept his internal abyss illuminated.
Oh, title drop!
Title drop your mics!
I mean, I could drop my £100 mic, but...
It's all for her well-being. She'll be sad about leaving this place and her mother, but on the brighter side...
Okay.
She'll get to meet her grandparents. Oh, that's the brighter side, you say.
Are you sure about that, Void?
Are you sure about that, Void?
You mean grandparent? Her grandma is dead.
Oh, no. She came back to life. Don't you remember that Cosmo was reunited with Tails at the end of Tails? You don't remember? Well, they did.
Void.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Void.
they did. Icy Pal, they did. Don't you remember?
And Tespio did.
Cosmo and Tails did.
Void added, finally showing a hint of happiness. Almost eagerness. This was a moment he's been dreaming for so long. His homecoming. The idea of finally re-embracing his two-tailed father and the mother he never truly knew. The idea of finally living all together as a real family was another thing that definitely raised the Void's desire to be alive. Away from this dimension. Away from his former fiery queen. Away from the truth. Determination was showed on the Cedrian's black eyes. He would die instead of letting his daughter know that she wasn't just born from her mother's dreams. He would die instead of letting her know that she was the reincarnated soul of his mother. He would die instead of letting her know that her mother did not just lack energy, that she was not just asleep in her frozen coffin, that Blaze the cat, Void's only love, was dead. Dead.
Come on, you killed the best character.
Okay. So,
this cat is dead. She breathes no more.
Okay. So, according to this fanfiction so far, Lumina exists because Blaze's own soul was reincarnated into this new baby that was technically made up. So that means that Blaze is a corpse inside a crystallized tomb, which resides, appropriately enough, in a graveyard. A graveyard that was not meant to host actual corpses. So the symbolism is a bit wonky there, but still, that's what Lumina is.
Well, the thing is about her corpse being in the graveyard, and the graveyard is just, emotions and fleeting ideas and such. That means it's like, we're saying that Blaze's death is a fleeting idea.
Well, funny you should say that, Devar, because before we started recording this session, I remembered how this story ends.
So, Void loved Blaze so much that he wanted to raise her like she was his own child. What?
You understand why this sounds a bit creepy? This has terrible implications, right? Why he went to therapy, you might say. The therapist was his father, which then became his son, and that foreshadowed the fact that his lover then became his daughter, that he raised like a daughter.
Did it also say his mother is also involved in all this too? Because, Cosmo...
If your loved ones die, recycle.
Okay, so I think this is a typo, actually. A bit of a typo with the pronoun. The use of a pronoun here when he says the reincarnated soul of his mother, he meant to say her mother, because it wouldn't make sense due to the fact that he mentioned she was going to meet her grandparents earlier on.
That's why I was a bit confused. So
this is clearly a grammatical mistake. Drinking time, yes, this deserves a bit of a sip. This is not the way I thought the story was going. I thought the story was going towards a particular direction, but no, it's a very different direction. I thought that in order for Void to leave this world, with Blaze, he was going to have to sacrifice Lumina, or something like that. He was going to have to make a choice to stay here forever, or to leave. He was going to be forced to choose between his daughter and his princess. basically. But no, apparently the choice was already made for him all these years ago. So all that was left really was for him to spend the last 15 or so years grieving about it before finally trying to moving on. And also lie to his child.
Okay, I'm just going to continue on with this notion. After all this time, he finally managed to admit it. She was dead. And there was no comeback. Unless, of course, her soul wouldn't have returned into her body.
Oh.
But now that very soul was his oblivious daughter's own. Suddenly, he felt immensely guilty towards her. For lying at her, telling her that Mommy was just sleeping. In a way, she was.
No, she isn't. She's dead.
Well, what is death if not a very, very, very long nap that doesn't end?
And for even remotely considering that horrible option, one of the many things he will never forgive himself for. Why did he have to know all of this in the first place? Why couldn't he remain oblivious about such knowledge? Why did he have to ask the precious stone about Lumina's true origins those many years ago? Why did he have to have all those damn doubts?
I don't know. I don't know. Buyer's regret?
Is it? I think he's very, happy with the final product.
This guy is spineless and
messed up.
Can't just let things go.
Profoundly unlikable, lacking in pathos.
Okay, Matti.
Void?
The stone's voice suddenly interrupted her soon-to-be former guardian's derailing train of thoughts. The teenage-looking plant boy slowly turned his head over his guest. His facial features were unreadable.
You have someone to care about. Therefore leave out all the rest and go on with your life. For God's sake! Do it for yourself and for the whom you love.
For God's sakes, move on with your life and get yourself your own damn place.
I will beat the hell out of you if you don't move on from your trauma. Jeez, man. You're bumming out this entire universe, man.
Like, have you forgotten that everything here was created from your thoughts and feelings? Like, every time you go into these deep, philosophical and edgy, dark, sad, internal monologues, it just echoes in here. Really, really depressing, and I can't just hear anymore after the first few years.
Please give me a reason not to show you the back of my hand.
It's said. It said all of that. All of that.
Yes, totally said all of that. Totally not whom you love. Okay. Void put on a weak smile.
I will. Thank you, darling. I have a precious stone.
Oh my god, it's like the Void and the Precious Stone are trying to out-sark each other.
Please, call me with my real name. The name I chose for myself.
It replied. Void's smile went broader.
Void's smile went abroad. I guess he traveled to another universe.
I mean, he's going to.
Thank you, Illumina. Goodbye.
He added, and then he just left.
Oh, really? Was it really that easy? Doesn't he have a ton more baggages to pack? Literal baggages and also the metaphorical ones? Doesn't he have something more to add? Some more meandering or waffling and ranting? No, he just left, I guess. The Precious Stone is the universe's landlord, and she is evicting Void from the palace.
Is this like a reality TV show where basically, you know, everyone plays God and then everyone voted Void off the show?
Yes, and for some reason, maybe he was hot, I don't know, he was one of the final ones to leave.
As a farewell gift, Void knew that Illumina would open a space-temporal portal that would allow both Void and Lumina to arrive to their destination without sustaining fatal damages.
Well, it's a good thing you checked that out before using it.
Don't you mean injuries?
Not fatal damages, it sounds more radical, I suppose.
All he had to do now was to retrieve his daughter and prepare the both of them for their imminent departure.
Oh, that sounds like they're going to die.
When he told Lumina about his intentions, she first reacted with anger and denial. How could anyone possibly blame her for that? She would have to leave everything behind. Her friends, her home, her memories.
You know?
Whoa, I don't think you have to actually mind wipe her to get her to go along with your plan, Void.
No. It's meant memories in a more romantic sense. As in, these were my formative years, all my precious memories of this place, which I have to leave behind. It's not literally the memories. Not everything has to be taken at face value.
I mean, if we would have seen what kind of some of her friends and what those memories contained, I mean, this scene could have been more impactful.
Yes, I agree with that in principle, but here's the deal, Matti. Would you really have wanted to see me attempt to write a teenage girl character properly?
I mean, you tried many times with Amy.
Yes, and you saw the results. At least I am not as bad as the guy who wrote Wonder Egg Priority, but still, it could have been so much worse.
And it was these Void's actions that led to Lumina losing her light and become just like him, a lifeless Void, consumed by grief and sorrow.
I like to think that basically when she thinks about her memories, and we see, you know, like a fade to her memories, all we see is, I really don't like religious education class, over and over again.
Yes, that's her personality, isn't it? I don't like religion at school.
Just because my dad is the god doesn't mean I like people talking about him.
Davar, what is the count for the cider? We lost the count.
I haven't drank anything for a while since I last mentioned, because
The count is 10.
Good.
Okay. A pain that Void could understand very well, but it was necessary, nonetheless. She would overcome it eventually. Void arrived in Imaginary World's graveyard, the place where all dreams and feelings from other worlds used to rest. Or better, Void's personal interpretation of this concept through a metaphorical device.
Which is it? You cannot. That's not how a metaphor works. That's not how a metaphor works.
You do not spill out what its purpose is like that. Narratively speaking, I'm drinking for that. Fuck you.
But you see, this is their rebel way of writing.
No.
You don't condone yourself to the normal rules of writing procedure.
I see, pal.
The what way of writing?
The rebel writing way.
I thought you were mentioning a specific name.
Okay. I'm going to have to bitch slap some people, I see.
It's almost at the end of the paragraph. Come on,
Oh
you
no,
can do
alcohol turns him violent.
It's not really. I'm just being silly with you guys.
I mean, he would need a really long arm to bitch slap Madhog.
I mean, have you seen Devar? He's very lanky, you see. He's a lanky fellow.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean he's stretchy. Did you check that out when you visited him?
That's an idea for next time.
Well, I remember he touched my shoulder and he cringed.
I am not used to have physical contact with people so bony. if you know what I'm saying.
I just picturing a beat slaps contest with you two.
On the bright side, if cannibalism ever becomes a viable option to survival, Devar will be the one who gets eaten last.
I'm pretty sure he's going to feel offended that he's eaten last. Come on, guys, I'm not that bad, am I?
It's not that he tastes bad, it's that there is nothing to eat on him.
Yes, it's a bit... it lacks nutrients, to put it mildly.
Only thing you can get out of him is a bone soup.
On the other hand, I might be the first one who gets eaten.
Oh. It was usually at this hour on the 3rd day of the month. I couldn't get more specific about it, sorry.
Why are you like this? Why are you like this? That is my question. Why do you feel the need to pad out the sentence with so much blathering nonsense? I like this phrase now.
Yeah, Madhog, why do you need to blot out it with this blathering nonsense?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking myself.
That Lumina used to visit her mother's icy gravestone, which still happened to lie there, right in the center of the guard.
Centre of the guard.
It's how you spell center.
It is.
But it's funny say centre of the guard.
Yes, that lie.
I guess it is funny, but anyway, so the reason why you see guard ... is because the word is getting cut in half. You are not supposed to use ellipses to do that. You're supposed to use hyphens. Hyphens!
There is Isengard.
Hyphen guard! In the center of the guard. No!
Cetrians, the Cetrians. We're taking the Cetrians to Isengard. We're taking the Cetrians to Isengard.
We're taking the Cetrians to Isengard. We're taking the... Okay.
What
I said.
did you say?
Yeah. No!
The coffin was
No!
melted.
Da-da-dum!
There she was, standing tall in front of him, blank expression, his blazing princess, his fiery queen, alive.
Here we go.
With a dead corpse in her arms.
Whose corpse?
Lumina's. It happened at last.
I think Discord muted him.
Discord muted him because they didn't like how wimpy his no sounded.
Okay, how many O's there are?
A lot. And I don't care enough to start counting them.
I counted 40
I'm finished.
ends.
I'm finished.
Oh.
Okay, guys, are you ready for the ending? The real ending to this fanfiction? Because I've been waiting for this. Change of paragraph. And suddenly, Void woke up! He has had that nightmare again.
So wait, this whole fic was a dream?
Is it really a twist if it was established that it was a dream world? Is my question. Okay, Matti, you have to read this.
Just so you know, I'm going to get a sip out of this because dream ending.
It's literally a dream world, so it has to have a dream ending.
And suddenly Void woke up. He has had that nightmare again.
But then, nightmare became reality.
Daddy, are you alright?
Ask a very concerned young lilac plant.
Is apparently Southern, according to the accent you used.
Wait,
Keep reading, Matti, keep reading.
Void was sweating profusely, but managed to answer anyway.
Void was sweating profusely.
Oh, okay.
Fancy way of saying sweating and profusely, I must say.
Void.
Dog, it's your line.
Oh, right. I was waiting for Matti to finish the sentence because he didn't.
But managed to answer anyway.
Okay. Now I can continue. Yes, I'm fine. Jesus, Lord of Almighty. I had that dream again, you know, the one in which I relive a distorted version of your birth and all the rest until you die in your mother's arms. My chaos, what's wrong with me? I don't know.
Do you
tell
want
me.
at least in chronological or alphabetical order?
He said, putting his head in his deformed hands. Wait, is Lumina supposed to be a child or a teenager?
Keep on reading, Matti.
Okay. Lumina's gaze was full on concern.
What did Dr. Brower said?
What did Dr. Brower said?
Yes.
Dr. Brower is so stupid. I'm going to change therapist.
He still couldn't quite think of him as a doctor. How could you blame him?
He said I was just stressed because of all the preparations for our departure.
And, in a way, it was true. Both Void and Lumina knew that once they would cross the portal, Il-Lumina would open for them. There was no comeback. Forever.
Forever! I have to say, Discord really hates you tonight, Icipal.
What else is new?
The female Cedrion now looked genuinely sad. Her father just embraced her tightly and lovingly. That alone managed to reassure her, and she hugged him back. Okay, the previous scene was just a dream. Okay, now I get it.
Are you sure about that?
Are you sure about that?
Let's keep going and see what happens.
Today, as far as time had a meaning, of course.
Oh, shit.
I want that on a t-shirt now.
Was the big day. The day in which they would leave the not-so-imaginary world of imaginary world where the dimension Void and Blades originally came from. Right now, the portal was already open. There they stood, in front of it. Void's family. All three of them?
All three of them? What's happening here? I don't know.
Of course it's three of them. Void, Lumina, and Illumina.
The former ruler of this dimension fixed his gaze at the frightened, yet determined form of his daughter, who quickly smiled back at him. And then his gaze fixed itself towards the other one.
The other one.
That was well done, Matti.
The other one. I guess there is another one. I don't care.
His blazing princess. His fiery queen. The love of his life.
Precious Stone!
Healthy form of Blaze the cat.
Hey, look, it's Blaze the cat without all the murder.
Who is suddenly alive again, huh?
Uh-huh.
I'm sure this fic will explain it soon, in a very understandable and convenient manner.
Are you sure about that?
Are you sure about that?
Who cares?
She too smiled at him, a loving, heart-melting smile. She too.
Oh, so
like
that's
Void.
how Void did not die when his heart grew 3 sizes. And he had that pain in his chest.
She too, just like Void, hadn't aged a single day since her liberation from that coffin 15 years ago.
Right? Wait, so pretty much everything since after Lumina's creation was a dream.
Yes!
It was all a lie!
It was a dream within a dream that had several dreams in it.
Madhog,
Yes?
you played this exact same card in the previous Void spin-off.
Then why are you surprised? You should have seen it coming, and yet you didn't.
I don't know, Sip, just so you know.
Because for some foolish, unexplainable reason, I thought you were better than this.
Never meet your heroes.
Weren't you the former fan?
Exactly.
Okay.
Right before they had Lumina, which name has been voluntarily intended as an homage towards Blaze's savior.
Wait, so Illumina was before Lumina, not the other way around.
Of course it was before. She was present in the previous story.
It has been one of...
So it was the guardian, not the stone.
No, she was the stone.
Wait, but why did you say she was the guardian of the stone?
Clearly I misremembered. Icipal, how have you not realized by this point that this is not a reliable narrator?
This is why Kingdom Hearts is still easier to follow.
If you say so.
Se oli yksi Illumina-lahjoista, kun ne herättiin. Okay.
I thought I drank so much that that I suddenly was hearing Marty speak a different language altogether.
No, that wasn't the alcohol's work. That really happened.
It has been one of Illumina's gifts to revive the beautiful feline from her slumber with a brand new life force. Apparently her powers were that great.
Ooh,
that sounds sarcastic.
Together as god and goddess of this realm, both Void and Blaze guarded the precious stone and created everything from pure raw thoughts thanks to it. And now that this realm evolved in its own pace, they were needed no more. Therefore, they could live for good.
good. And good riddance, I say.
They could leave their own children to look for themselves, to believe in whatever they wanted to believe, to live
Even Scientology.
Even Scientology.
To live the way they wanted to live, and to eventually fight for that right.
Are you ready to rumble?
Void asked to both the girls. Mother and daughter nodded in unison.
Well then, let's get going. I love how Void ends up with everything he ever wanted. Princess, a daughter, the circumstances that led us to Blaze and Void to be together again. Having a daughter, notwithstanding, this is a happy ending for him, I suppose. Yeah, it feels so earned, doesn't it?
Well, I've heard of sudden tragic endings, but not sudden happy endings.
Well, there's a first time for everything, I suppose.
I guess we now see why they are not used.
And with that said, he grabbed the other two's respective hands and jumped into the portal, which immediately sealed itself the moment after.
Well, you forgot a sentence there.
I can't help but imagine now Void and Blaze and Lumina basically like skipping towards the portal, like one big happy family, yeah, like yay, we're skipping towards the portal. Look at us, we're so nice and happy. It's all picturesque and perfect.
This is the way to happy end, happy end, happy end.
It has been said, after the rain comes the sun. After the dark of the night comes the light of the day.
In the dark of the night, da 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 da.
People will find you.
Yes, that's what I was trying to reference, but I didn't remember the words.
And in Void's case, the dark emptiness of his soul, although not being totally erased, because no one could possibly live without it, was now filled with other more pleasant and warmer emotions. It was dark no more. It was now, say it with me,
Illuminated! Okay, there's more. There is this one final paragraph, and I'm sure it will explain everything, guys.
I see, pal.
And so, this whole story has been nothing more than a dream, it seems. A real illusion, as far as the distinction between reality and hoax could still be pointed out.
Okay, so this was literally a dream, or maybe it wasn't. But it probably was, don't think too hard about it.
I've got you there, didn't I?
Oh my god, there it is! That's what I was waiting to see!
After all the paradoxes and existential doubts I brought to your attention, I managed to distract you. From what would have possibly been a rather obvious finale, didn't I?
So not only do I slap you across the face with "it was all just a dream" ending in a story that was literally about a dream world, but then I brag about it.
That's right, readers. I just wasted your time.
I'm
proud of
drinking.
it.
I'm drinking to this. You fucking bastard! You.
Amen, Devar. Amen.
Alcohol makes Devar quite a potty mouth.
And you know what? The funny part in all of this story is the fact that I dreamt it before having it written.
What?
So
I dreamt about someone dreaming, and
What?
I dreamt about myself dreaming. This
What?
story, as well as any other I've ever written, comes out from my inner chaos. And what I did, I tried to rationally describe it, to find a sense in it, to be my own therapist.
Icy pal. I know you're trying to imitate my crazy voice, but could you not? Could you read normally, please?
I'm glad I failed. There are things that we are not bound to know, even our own selves. And it's better that way, for our own sake, and for our own very special ability. The ability to feel and to imagine. Because, as I believe, as much as believing can be taken into account...
It's not written here!
And you couldn't be able to tell the difference.
I know, that's the best part.
If we would know everything about anything, what could we possibly do then? What would happen to the beautiful mystery that our dreams used to be? Well, according to certain people who must not be named, it's about fucking our moms.
Thanks, Freud.
He said it.
Yes.
In the end, chaos is necessary in our life. Or at least, this is what I believe or choose to believe, and I could be wrong. And with that said, I politely greet you, O patient readers. See you in chaos, which could very well be someone else's dream. The end.
So, if I understood this correctly, the sole reason you wrote this week is because you had a freaky dream and you tried to understand it by writing it all down.
That's just me being pretentious. Do not mind that. This is my very, very pretentious way of saying I have this idea in mind that I want to explore, so I'm going to let my hand drive me and my mind wander.
I know you, I walked with you once upon a dream. I know you, the gleam in your eyes is so familiar a gleam. Yet I know it's true, that visions are seldom all they see. I know what you do. Are you singing the Finnish version?
Yes.
That's interesting. Now, if you excuse me, I'm just gonna just drink the rest of this, because what else am I gonna do with the rest of this?
I have to say, this has been quite an experience. Quite an experience indeed. An exercise in fruitless faffing, in blathering nonsense, in nothing and everything at the same time, in pretentiousness, in humble bragging. An author at the height of its own madness that decides he's not done writing and he wants to continue writing to make people think about what it's like to write. And the end result is a bit offensive, I think it's fair to say. A bit of a armed assault to your own intelligence, if you will.
Wait, so since everything pretty much was a dream, Does that mean that the anti-freedom fighters fighting Eggman Nega was a dream as well, and it didn't really happen? We do not have this seed for an actually interesting and funny story here. The only good part of this entire spin-off.
Well, according to what was written here, to the text, everything could have been just a dream, and literally was a dream, but it could also have been real, even if it was born from a dream. And really, the distinction between reality and hoax is... who cares? So really, what you should be taking away from this is that everything can be canonical if you choose to believe it is. So if you choose to believe that Antisonic, Miles, and Knuckles would smoke Miles's self-made bong, then that is real and nobody can take that away from you.
So by that logic, you're saying that, if I imagine that this story was not a waste of time, it won't have been a waste of time in reading it.
Exactly! He gets it, folks!
So it's like the literary version of placebo effect.
I suppose that's one way of putting it. Again, in different hands, this might have been clever, I suppose. It is supposed to be some sort of deep philosophical pondering about the very nature of fiction and our emotional and psychological connection to it, to the fictional world and characters, what they mean to us. Fiction is someone else's own dream, made manifest through the writing, and that dream takes a life of its own when it leaves the author. Or rather, when the author leaves the dream and allows the dream to become its own entity for others to enjoy. Get it?
Uh-huh. I mean, I don't need to be told it, honestly, but still, it doesn't help that. It's a waste of time.
It is a waste of time, but again, it could have been something better. It has actually a point, is what I'm trying to say. It's very pretentious about its point. It's very humble, braggy about it too.
The problem is that it's so far up its own ass that no one can see the point.
That's literally what I just said.
If I was to say that if this story could be rewritten, I think it should be just one chapter, maybe two at least.
I agree, it goes on for far too long. It circles around itself quite insistently, especially if you consider that it was all just a dream.
To the fix credit, some of the comedy worked.
Fuck civilization! I want violence!
That bit.
And high-class gentleman Knuckles.
Are there any fix about the anti-freedom fighters?
I am afraid to say no, there aren't. But there are more fanfictions with void in it!
Well, Madhog, it's time to come out of your writing retirement and...
Matti, according to the metaphor, which is made quite literal here, the god of this world, that is to say the author, that is to say me, has left the dream world, that is to say the fanfiction and the fanfiction universe. That is to say, now it belongs to everyone else. That is to say, the readers. That is to say, you could take this and write your own canon with it. Your fanfiction of a fanfiction. That has happened. That has happened to me!
Yes, you've mentioned your recursive fanfiction.
Yes, a recursive fanfiction. I like that idea. I like that way of putting it.
I mean, it's an official term for writing fanfiction about fanfiction.
Yes, it's good. It's a very good term, actually. I think the most prolific recursive fanfiction or fanfictions that I have ever read were the Fallout Equestria fanfictions. That's a whole genre unto itself. Hundreds, if not thousands, of stories.
And somewhere over the rainbow. There's someone who has read them all.
Well, I've read some of them, but no, I have not read them all. There was a point in my life in which I was obsessed with Fallout Equestria. I am not proud to admit it, but I definitely have, and there was something alluring about that idea.
What's next on the chopping block?
I am so glad you asked, my friend.
Someone had to.
Did you really have to ask?
Because, as I mentioned and hinted and told you, straight up told you, many times before, we're not done yet with the spin-offs, and we're not done yet with the Tales saga as a whole. Because, oh, you're going to love this. The next fanfiction on the chopping block after Il-Lumina-ted is Void into Dreams. And yes, it is exactly what it sounds like. And after that, there is A Jester's Dream, which is more of a return to form in that there is supposed to be an actual story there for a change. I know. And after that, we have the official sequel to Tales, because yes, I wrote a sequel, a actual proper sequel to Tales, to the Tales saga.
Yes,
it's
the unfinished sequel.
It's unfinished, but there is still quite a lot of material, and I still wrote most of it. So there is that, and I think it's worth taking a look at that, because there are some portions of it that are just oh so delicious.
Oh no.
Will they give actual fulfillment of any kind?
I think they will. I would count these Void spin-offs as a bit of a experimental phase of mine, in which I try to take what I established narratively and explore it, mostly for my own amusement. And I would say that thematically, Il-Lumina-ted should have been the end of it. Not only because it puts a little bow on Void's story. It's not a nice bow, but it is a bow. It is an ending. It's also the ending of a thematic journey that was started with the Void trilogy, in that we went from trying to make something out of nothing, that was the writer's block, to make nothing out of something, Void leaving the story quite literally, which is, as we said many times, a metaphor for me, the author, saying goodbye to the world of fiction, to the dream I left for you to peruse. But then I just kept on going, so never mind.
Yeah, I was just looking at your biography, and
You mean bibliography?
I'm trying to find that where is the sequel to the Tales.
Oh, that's the best part. It doesn't have Tales in the title. You see, the official sequel is divided in several chapters, the first of which is titled Pater Familias.
There is Tales, and then there is Tales Saga Deluxe Edition.
That was when I tried to republish the story after it had some corrections, so to speak.
I can't see the Tales sequel. That's the beautiful part. You don't.
Oh, you will find it. It's written in the description. And the best part about the first episode of the sequel, which again is titled Pater Familias, I won't spoil why that's the case. It says here that it's technically a crossover between Super Smash Bros. And Sega Superstars.
And this time, it's a huge crossover!
Peripeteie Ubermensch.
Oh, okay. Don't worry about that. You see, guys, there is a lot still yet to unpack about my narrative legacy. Tales was just the beginning!
Yeah, like this Sonic the Hedgehog version of the Seven Samurai.
Oh, that is its own technically original story that has nothing to do with anything else.
So do we have that next time when we gather together or something else? Or?
Next time we will jump into void, into dreams. That's the next step in the chronological order, so to speak. And when the time comes, we will get to the sequel. But that time is a bit farther away.
The Devar's final shot count was 14 shots of cider.
Thank you.
Make that 15, I would say, just because, just to round it off, just in case.
What the heck? Make it 20.
No, not 20, 15. No.
Okay. So, and with the mental image of a dominatrix precious stone firmly engraved into your mind, you're welcome, by the way, this is where we shall bid you adieu and li good night. I have been Madhog thy master.
I've been Devar Akbaron.
And I've been Icy Pal.
Don't you mean Devar Drunk Baron?
Yes.
Okay.
Unnen sun sut unessa kerran kohtasin.
Okay, and these two are Icy Pal and Mattimali, aka Hedonistic Actor. Thanks for joining us tonight. Now you can sing us off.
Tunnen sun sut unessa kerran kohtasin.
I am going to have such a fun time editing this. I know that. This is going to take me several months, weeks, days. This is going to be my nightmare for the next few days. Jeez. I hate this. I really hate this. They're still singing, guys. They're still singing.
Ja taas uudestaan sua saan rakastaa.
Wow, still going. Oh, Discord was a bit iffy there. Okay. Everybody has left already, so I'm leaving too. Bye.
Take care.
Goodbye, everybody.
Fuck civilization!
Oh.